because there's quite a few. Oh, hang on, my dog started. Sorry, as soon as I press record.
It's gone.
Right. Okay. Sorry about that. So, we were just talking about alternatives, and obviously, because it appears that we've got the alternatives to everything that really has been causing a problem uh, in our lives, whether it's the food, whether it's the rights, whether it's the coronavirus. Um, and so it's great that we've got all of these amazing people coming together and creating these alternatives to things like Facebook, and just talking now about an alternative to YouTube. And while we move into these different platforms, we do need to obviously be diligent, if you like, belligerent, as to what information it is that we're putting in there. So, across on the new hubs network that somebody very special has helped to create, they contacted me and said that a lot of the other people who don't know about universal law have seen, quite a few a large amount of minister events all suddenly appearing, and they don't know who it is. So there was a little post that had gone up saying, we hope that at some point you're going to trust us with disclosing who you are and where you are. Now, those hubs are to correlate the data. The idea is that you're going to connect to your local hub so that if the internet goes down, you've all got access, you know where these people are, you know where they meet, you've met them face to face, you've exchanged personal details with them. But at the point where you're still in virtual reality, let's say on the website, keep it as Minister Emoven. Because otherwise, all the work that you've done over here, disassociating yourself from that legal fiction, is undone on another website. And you're using your personal email addresses to sign in there with as well. So any data that you've had or could be intercepted through any of those means can and will be, as you tried to, be used against you. So just to arm yourself, they call them Facebook police coming to people's houses and saying, oh, your profile is suspect of, causing civil unrest or causing a riot, or, you shouldn't be having those thoughts and you need to be sections. What the response to that is, that legal fiction is not mine. That legal fiction has been assigned to my trust, and anybody can pick it up and use it. Anybody can be granted the right of use with all the rights reserved of any of those legal fictions at any time. And that's why, I don't know if you can remember, I was telling you about a situation where somebody had been arrested and I went into the court and I said that I was that particular man's name. And they were screaming, you can't be that man's name because you're a woman, kind of thing, words to that effect. So they turned to the man and they said, have you given all of your rights to that woman? And he just said yes. And they're screaming, why didn't you tell us that before? Get out of the court. Now, what you're doing is you're saying that you're acting in the role all the time now as Minister Emoven, and you're accepting the responsibilities of the charges, so to say, of the legal fiction. So that's where this restoration of rights comes in. because you've restored the rights to your own mind, first of all, that's the step one. So those steps that are set on the website are for you to do that. They're for you to, first of all, mangle your mind by reading all of that on the internet. I get to the point where, bloody hell, I don't understand anything anymore. And then at that point, if I don't understand anything anymore, and I've got to that point of cognitive dissonance, where I don't know what I am, but I know I'm not, I don't want to be that Vatican debt slave anymore. At that point, you're then in a position to assign your consent back to yourself. So yes, it's written in a way that a lot of people are like, oh, I don't understand that. Did you understand anything anyway? Did you understand, we've been talking about these claim forms and how we really do need this information off you. And I think it's quite ironic in one way that we've got all of these amazing people who have been disclosing so many things about themselves all their lives. And then they've got to the point where they're like, right, okay, I've got to sign my consent now. And now the people in the community are asking me, how much veg do I need? Or how much fruit do I go through? And it's like, I can't tell you that for an amazing amount of reasons that I've actually seen coming back. The veg box, the company that we've said use as an example is 2,000 miles away from me. So they're like, well, can't use that. It can't be applicable to me. Everybody's kind of gone to the other side of it can't be applicable to me now because it's not convenient for me to order my food from Trinity Farm, for example. I live in Norfolk, or I live in Suffolk or Kent. It's the numbers that we want, and we need to correlate that data. So you've been very good at giving us, the legal fiction, and very good at giving us the addresses, and then very good at giving us the problems, the liabilities. They're in a big pot now, they've gone. And now we want to concentrate on creating the solution, which is having, moving everybody away from the supermarket. I mean, can you imagine sitting here and doing what I've done in the last 7 years, and then you see 9, 10 of you bitching about having to go in the supermarket with your mask on, or that you can't buy GMO seeds, or there's other people in the supermarket and they're wearing masks. So we're this is the sticking point now. It's like, right, okay, I've got rid of all of those liabilities. What do I do next? Okay, you create your own hub. How do I create my own hub? I collect the information from the people in my own community that are already in the group. Not even talking about going and knocking on doors or anything like that at this point, or introducing it into new people. That's really naughty, or introducing it to new people. You're just going to be introduced to the people that have already done those steps that you've done. And by giving us that information, it means that we can then go, or the people who are running the hub can go and say, right, we need the equivalent of 50 veg boxes that we've seen on Trinity Farm to the local producer in Kent. But if we don't have that information, then that's why it is so frustrating. It's not the word that I would use. It's like seeing all of your energy that you've put in with each person, and you're just like, I'm actually supporting the supermarket to another £600 a month, because you haven't paid that £600 a month in fees and charges and liabilities, and you're coming out of there with a big trolley load of shit and bitching about having to wear a mask, or somebody stopping you to wear a mask, or please don't expect me to accept that as a return on my investment and my energy with you, because that's not what we agreed to. So what we've all agreed to is the constitution that's there, that we are going to take that energy and invest it in one another first. So you've actually got people, Trinity Farm, for example, already had our products in their farm shop. You know, they were one of the first to say yes to us. And okay, you know, it's not ideal that we would be going and having to bring um, food using the people who've offered to do the distribution anywhere in the country. We can do that. That's not a problem. We've got people all over the country that have come to us through various means that have said, you know, that's my 5 hours. So not only you're actually preventing somebody from doing their 5 hours because you've gone and done 5 hours sentence in the supermarket, standing in the rain and the cold, and you know being subject to acts and statutes while you're professing to be Minister Emoven. I mean the irony is I want to say another word for ironic is not lost, and it's not in a nice way either. You know, we should have our own location, our own equivalent of these supermarkets already, with the amount of energy that we've supposedly put in and exchanged in this pot of kindness credits exchange. So where are the shops is my question. Where are the you know, where are the signs outside somebody's house saying Wednesday between 10 and 2 I'm doing a We Buy Any Debt workshop, or kindness credit coffee morning, or the little sign in the post office windows, have you got a problem with, did the bank repossess your house? Have you got a problem with the liabilities? Are you struggling to keep yourself in a, you know, are you struggling? Full stop, question mark, whatever. Because everybody is. Whether they're prepared to admit it or not is, you know, and you're there with this amazing remedy that you've been given. You don't have to understand all of it. You don't, you know, so please don't come back to me and say the reason why I haven't filled out my claim form is because I don't understand how kindness credits works. Did I ask you to send me any money? Did I ask you to convert anything except just give me some data? That's it. And the irony at that point is you didn't understand how PayPal works. You don't understand how Visa works. You don't understand how the Bank of England works. But you're using their so and so money. So please don't come back and say, yeah, Andy's supposed to be looking for a solution for that. And here it is. So yes, it's people have said, you know, we're like children. We're not. You're not like this. Not like talking to children. Children get this. Children, because you know, children haven't been so heavily indoctrinated, let's say, with thinking that they know something when clearly we don't, and so it's about getting rid of all of that rigid mind, rigid thinking, rigid programming, and say, okay, I don't even understand the claim form part now. So has everybody filled out kindness claim form? Because I'm looking in the proton box, I can see a few, let's say.
I'm doing mine tomorrow, Lisa. I had to go and see my mum before, so.
Okay, because my agreement was I'm not speaking to people tonight if they're not done. And so now I've got another question. Why is it? Why do you think that I don't honor my word? Because I do. And you know, I said if you haven't filled the claim form out, I'm not going to do this. So this looks like it's going to be a very short conversation tonight. I cannot believe, to be honest with you, that after going through all of the things, all of the hours that we've spent on the phone, and all of the hours that we've spent on doing these Zoom rooms and doing these webinars and saying about the food being the most important thing, what are you going to do when you cannot even, well, let's say, for example, you haven't got any slave tokens? What if tomorrow they turn around and say, right, there's the reset. Everything that you had in the bank has been converted into cryptocurrency and it is only available for you to use through a chip. What are you going to do tomorrow?
I'll happily bail out of this and get back on Tuesday nights, and I'll fill mine out now.
Wait a minute. I don't bail out now. I've asked a question. What? Because you know, I'm not doing this for myself. I'm not. I'm amazed that I have to use threats. I just said the other night, I cannot believe I'm having to get to the point where I'm conditionally now giving kindness credits in exchange for some bloody veg box information. I can fill one out for you now. So this is why I want to try to pinpoint what is it about that claim form, or what is it about, because I don't know why it's so difficult to fill out a few boxes, or even, you know, you don't even have to fill them out. You just tick veg box large, fruit box medium, and send it back. So there's obviously something that about that claim form, or there's a level of a lack of comprehension of how important it is to get this information to us. Because if we don't support these farmers now with these orders and say, look, guys, we've got your back, do not sell your business to the government, do not sell your business to Aldi, don't sell your land to Bill Gates, don't enter into a contractual obligation with anybody, because you know, what's going to happen is exactly that. And so this is imperative. It's you know, along there with you, what's my 5 hours? The debt's the debt, you know, the debt's fiction. Pardon? The debt's fiction. The debt never existed. But what it's done is clouded our ability to be able to go and see how to create a different reality. And that's once we've got that out of the way, and you know, we're all laughing and going on the phone and like, yeah, what a bloody idiot I was to think that I was ever anything other than the creditor kind of thing. Now at that point, what do I credit? What am I crediting? I've got all of my energy back, and I'm still going to them and saying, hello, I'd like some of your GMO shit, please. And there's my tax and there's my slavery. But I'm Minister Emoven. You know, I'm from Universal Law Community Trust, and I'm a secured party creditor. And you're in there. And so, you know, it's like, I'll just commit a little bit of fraud on my soul. But you're not. You're taking my energy that I've given to you, and you're putting it into Tesco's. And it really, so then people are sending me those messages saying, oh, are you drunk? Or, you know, are you feeling all right? Can you imagine that? First, it's breach of agreement. Does our word not mean anything? We all say, yes, I'm going to do these things. I'll do this. I'll go and teach other people. I'll do this. Well, if you can't even honor your agreement with me to say, I'll fill that claim form out, tick those boxes and send it back to you, because you've had to get to the point where you're like, bloody hell, you know, all of my energy is going into Tesco's and Sainsbury's, and these people don't get it. Now I've got to say, put it on send me a claim form, or F off. I mean, it's not the kind of image, really, that we want to profess to be sharing an experience of where you've got some crazy posts popping up saying, I don't want to speak to you anymore, you know, and so of course I want to speak to you. Of course I want to get you into the next stage. What I read, those claim forms are the exemplification of your ledger book roles. And when you start to fill those in, you imagine that you've gone onto a website. Imagine what I'm trying to do is show you how all of this electronic system used to work in papers, and how you can then take control of that in your mind that you thought that you didn't comprehend or understand. And you're articulate with it. You are completely, let's say, prolific with the way that the banking system and the bill of exchange actually works. So that's, I'm not going to go and say, I just want to know why. I've got a question now, and it's why have you not, if you haven't now, it can all be, this is a platform for truth and honesty. Why haven't you filled out your kindness credit claim form?
Minister, I've got a kindness credit claim form printed out in front of me right now. Wow. And I'll be honest, I don't really understand it. And, it's asking certain things like the exchange account number amounts and things like that. And I'm not sure which exchange account that is, and is that the account number that you gave me in your email address that you're asking for, or is this some other, is that the electricity account number? Or I'm a little bit confused, so maybe that's one of the reasons why I haven't filled it out, to be honest.
And this is good. This is feedback. This is and this is why I wanted to do a specific one about this. But I wanted you to have a go, and the reason why I wanted you to have a go was because whatever you send me tells me where you're at. It tells me, okay, I get this bit, but I'm not quite sure about this bit. This bit I just haven't got a clue about, but this bit is completely, I've secured in the mind with that bit. And so it helps me, and it also helps us to create the forms. If you actually go further down the form, there's instructions there in the center. There's like 3 pages, or there should be. Now, I also know that some of the documents, the welcome pack, have been sent out incorrectly as well. But the template for the kindness credit claim form is actually on the website. So if you get a document that obviously is a little bit different to the one that you see on the website, then use the one on the website, because it means that the person who sent it to you, their whatever they're opening their document with isn't compatible with the way that it was written in the beginning. I know that some of them have come back and the header is in the middle of the page instead of on the obviously where the header should be at the top. So, but it's still not stopped people filling them out. Now, I want to go over those. So, has everybody got, or can everybody see? I can't share the screen without losing the sound. So that's the downside that we've got here with just using 3G dongles. If everybody can bother themselves to either click onto the website and have a look at the claim form, or open the one that should have been sent with your welcome pack if you're new. And we'll go through it together, and I'll explain step by step why it's laid out the way it's laid out, what these parts mean, what to put in there, and how, and most importantly, is how to fill those kindness credit notes out at the bottom, because that is you converting your community into using kindness as a currency in your community. And that is the point that these are the, I love coming and speaking to you and listening to you and hearing you, but that's the goal of this, is to get kindness credits being used in your community in place of those slave tokens, so that if they turned around tomorrow and said, right, that's it, all of your credit that was inside the bank has been turned into cryptocurrency, and you have to use a chip, which is available kind of through Bill Gates, then you can all say, well, you can jog on, because we've already got our own currency and we've already got it accepted into the community. While we still can, for people to say, oh, well, okay, I don't need one either. I'm inside this community and I've been using these kindness credits, and you know, I don't need to consider the threat of being obliged to stick God knows what into me in order for me to be able to access my resources, because some very woke people, let's say, got their asses in gear and they got themselves together and they created an alternative to this. So while we're talking about having alternatives to YouTube and Facebook and drivers and stuff, this is in reality, let's put all of that virtual thing aside and look at how is it first of all that they created the money. So has everybody got, anybody not got a kindness credit claim form or access to one? It's probably you.
Lisa, can you send me one over to my Proton mail, because I can't seem to find it.
Right, let's send to you and see if this works well.
Please.
Yeah. Anybody else want one? While I've got it on, and I'll add all the emails online as well. Any more?
It's Weezy here. Before going for the form, I received an updated welcome pack. Would it have any effect on, you know, the old form and the new form, which you're going to go through right now?
Sorry, it was a very horrible line.
Yes, I'll say it again. I received an updated welcome pack. I'm not sure if it's today or yesterday. Would that, obviously that replaces the old welcome pack. Does this mean that some of the forms which has been updated, would one of them be the claim form you're going through now?
Yeah, it should say kindness credit claim form, but I know some of the documents the names have been changed when they've saved them, taken them from me and then opened them up, and then they've had to save them in a different format so they could open them properly and change the names. You're looking. I'm just going to say, give me your email address again, love, and I'll just send.
Yes, okay. 421.
Okay, you don't need to give me any more. I've got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? No, it's not the form that would have changed. And actually, when I've opened some of the documents have changed as well. The borders, lots of things have changed. The numbers weren't on the right place. We have had a nightmare with it, and they had to resend them again. When I've had the claim forms back from people, like I said.
Can I just say something as well? From my perspective, and perhaps that might affect everybody also, it's not so much the understanding of the process, it's having to know what is what, how to apply what, in at what stage. So we all know exactly stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. We understand everything step by step. I think at the moment we've got all the forms and we're thinking, well, what's that one for? How does that one affect this one? And what do we do for that one? So going for the form now, the claim form, as you say rightly, is perhaps a good idea. So we get the understanding.
If you have a little look in your email box now, you should have a form.
I've got that. Thank you very much.
Now, Dave's just come on. Hi, Dave. Have you've got a kindness credit claim form? You've already done one of these anyway, haven't you? It seems that some of these things are pretty simple for others. At what stage do you do these steps? Now, that's a good one. Some people come in and they comprehend all of the liabilities. They've been driving around in their own number plates. They've taken their meters off. They've already been exercising their rights in various ways. And so they haven't got any gas, water, electricity to discharge. They haven't got a VIN number that they want to switch over because they've already created their own trust. They want to get involved at this level, you know, where what you're actually doing here is you are investing in your own community now. And in order for us to be able to warrant, I don't know, even just putting up a job position on the Emoven page to say that there's a job opportunity for gas or electricity engineers in Chichester is only because you came to us and said, oh, I've got, me and 5 of my mates are all interested in you know, having their meters changed or having these, getting together and doing these veg boxes. So what stage do we do these things? For me, the claim form is the most important, but can't get to the claim form unless our minds are have got all of those liabilities discharged. So somebody's just popped up there and said that they comprehend, that they've spent hours on the videos and they feel that they're only just grasping the liability steps. This is another downside to it, that we can get so bogged down with now trying to understand a system of liabilities that we're trying to make obsolete. So we don't want you to go and spend hours and hours of investigating that, you know, liabilities, trusts, the definitions of Sesca de Vie and the birth certificate and all of that. You've the liabilities that are to be discharged by your trust. That's it. And so, okay, that leads us into, well, where is my trust? Wherever you assign your consent, that is you granting your rights for a trust to be created. And if you grant those rights to a legal fiction, you are assigning your consent to that, for that corporation that owns that legal fiction to pretend to be your trust. And obviously that bit there, you know, you can't trust a corporation. So why would I be granting them my rights? Very simple stuff. So I've been causing myself liabilities by not understanding or comprehending just that one thing. And I've been causing myself liabilities because I didn't take steps to discharge my own debts. How did I create my own debts? Well, with the libelous mind. So it's not so much of what's going on outside, it's getting hold of your own mind and your own thoughts and addressing that fact that I am not that legal fiction. That legal fiction belongs to Crown Corporation or whoever it is pretending to be a government. You are stepping away from consenting to granting your right of use of all the planet and its shares and all of your rights that go with it to that legal fiction. So that was done in, I don't know, 4.5 minutes. That's what your liabilities are. So by you discharging those liabilities, what that actually looks like on paper or as an action is you assigning your consent, put your legal fiction in, put the account numbers in, press send. That's, my liabilities have gone now. I've appointed and created my own trust. Where is it? Can't tell you. All I can tell you is that it's under universal law, that's it. Why? Because I don't really need to spend any more time explaining or defining this thing that was libelous in the first place. The very idea that I could have a liability is the liability itself. It looks like gas, it looks like water, it looks like council tax, it looks like all of these charges, it looks like a mortgage, but it just is you believing that it was implied to you, and you accepted it as gospel, as truth. And so that is really what you're discharging. Only you can discharge it then, can't you? If it needs your mind to be able to stand surety to the debt that its indebted mind created in the first place, then it's only you can settle it by securing your mind in the let's say in the parts in the party in the parts where it was unsecured before. And so hopefully all these documents and the terminologies that you read in the documents now is falling into place. There is something happened, and it affects all that came before, now, and in the future. What was that? Do I want to disclose what that was? No, I'm reserving my rights. Do I want to take these pearls of wisdom and cast them before swine, as it were? Or am I just going to say, can't tell you, it's on the QT? Now, the quiet title is throughout all of this structure. It stands because it's built on quiet title, on the ability to discern, is it a benefit for me to disclose right now? Anything. Is it a benefit for me to stand under my non-disclosure and reserve my rights to contract? And so, due diligence, I laugh when you're talking to me about, I spent hours and hours and hours investigating this and that and this and that, and I'm showing my due diligence. No, you're showing your willingness to try to find somebody else to blame for our own thinking. And that's what, we've done all our lives. And that's why we've had a government, so we can blame them for all of the shit that happens with us with our unconscious state. So when you read things like the quiet title, that is what it says. Pactum the what do you call it? Clausulus rebus sextantibus in Latin. Absolutely hate those words, but they mean something amazing. There is something that I now know that I didn't know before now that affects the standing of you, really, your standing. And because your standing is affected through that knowing, then, or comprehension, then it affects the other party's standing, because this whole placebo thing is only an apparition of, depending on what it is that is going on in your mind. So I can't I can't discharge your debts of your mind. I discharge my own debts of my own thinking, and trying to explain to you how I did it. And then obviously I can hear where you're at with yours and say, right, okay, well, if it's a piece of paper that you need to put that to bed for you, here's the piece of paper, swap the two pieces of paper over, and it's discharged, because we comprehend bill of exchange. We've been doing it all our lives. We comprehend, if I give you this piece of paper, I can take that car. Or if I give you my card, my bank card that's got Visa stamped on it, you put it in a little machine, and before I came in here, I had 10 grand in it, and now when I've come out, it's got 0 as a balance. That's the bit. So, very simple transactions. But in the background, it's a very simple transaction. One ledger book spoke to another ledger book, and the credits that were in one column were minused in that column and added in another column. That's how simple this illusionary grandeur state of the banking system and the stock exchange and the trust, they were talking about circles on a piece of paper, guys. So where one of you just said there about, sticking your head into the YouTube channel for 15 days, you're going to probably need some rehabilitation after that, especially if you still aren't getting what a liability is, because you're actually funding the liability by doing it, because of all of those hours that you've spent, not just your own trying to figure it out, but with me, as these hours, everything that I'm saying here is already said many, many times over in different ways and on the website. And so the key, I believe, is that the liabilities start and end with me. And the minute that you do that, you go, right, okay, how? Okay, the liability starting in with me, how is that possible? Well, so I was giving away my shares of the planet and its resources, buying them back as a privilege, and in doing so, I was consenting to this slavery. Okay. What does it look like on paper? Looks like a bill with your legal fiction on there. So now take another look at that kindness credit claim form, and it'll start to look much more familiar now, hopefully, than what it did before we had that little chat. At the top of the page there, it obviously explains what it is. It's a kindness credit claim form. Now, it can be used for anything. It can be used for doing the first step with converting slave tokens into kindness credits by using 16 of your slave tokens that you haven't put into the system because you've discharged all of your liabilities, you've sent over the accounts, you've got your assignment, you've printed it off, put your thumbprint on, and you've sent it recorded delivery. That doesn't change for anything except if you're doing a mortgage. Okay, so unless you're doing a mortgage, you don't need to contact me or ask me, is it the same document that I sent for the gas that I've sent for the water? Yes. Anybody who you think has got some kind of claim over you, send it to them. And then you're in that position where you're like, okay, I've cancelled my direct debits, I've called them up, I said, hello, Minister Emoven, I've just moved in to this property, can you please update your records? That is a complete assignment of the liabilities at that point. Why? Because you've got all of your credit back that you were going to be giving them. We haven't got to the mortgage bit yet, we're going to get to that in a minute. Now, out of those 16 slave tokens, that you, let's say it's 600 quid a month that you were spending, we're saying to you, look, here is an ebook. There's scripts and things like that in there that I wrote, our Minister Emoven wrote, whoever that is, and what it does, it kickstarts. It talks about how to put kindness in the community. It talks about how to create a community project, what to say if you ever get in that position, which you all will next week, I'm sure, where you're opening your shop or a business and COVID cleaning it, putting a sign in the window, COVID clean, a kindness credit logo and a ULC sticker, and that's it. That's all you need. And some rocks to do the exchanges, of course. And that's all you need. Now, when going back to looking at the claim form, it was all originally on one page, and the kindness credit was at the bottom of the page. But because obviously as we grew and got more things in there, and people are saying, can you leave some spaces so we can fill it out with other things, it grew to 3 pages long. Now, some people have used that middle page as a shopping list. Some kindness credit claim forms came back from Dorset last year, and they didn't want a veg box. They wanted to be really specific about how many avocados I get. And when I first looked at it, I was like, oh my God, you know, I've now got to count the avocados in a kilo to order it. It turned out we didn't have to do that at all. We just asked them, you know, how on average how many avocados are you getting in a kilo, and they did it for us because that was I'm talking about the distributor. What we do then is let's go. I'm going too far forward now. Take the kindness credit claim form. What does it ask you? Beneficiary name. Who is the beneficiary? You are. So in that area there, that goes that we need your delivery address if it's going to be. Use your discretion. Do you need to give me your house address if you're only asking for an ebook? No. But if we're talking about delivering antidote to you, or if we're talking about collecting this information, so that we can say, right, well, out of those 10 addresses, the one that's in closest proximity to all the others is this one because of the address. And so we'll deliver it to there if that's all right with those people. And they say, yeah, it's fine. Put my address down as the pickup address. But we can't do that if we haven't got that information. So put that in there if it's applicable, if you're telling us about veg boxes or if you want to order any of the stuff off the site, and obviously that's going to be delivered to you. Put your address in. We obviously need your email address.
Minister, can I just demonstrate my ignorance and ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where you say beneficiary address, if we're all Minister Emoven, are we putting Minister Emoven there, or are we putting our legal fiction name there, or the name that was given to
If you use that,
us by my parents?
legal fiction anymore, I'm going to send you a fine for 20 million slave tokens. How about that?
Okay.
We've
Okay.
got.
So we're not using the legal fiction name.
You're all Minister of Event. Did you not? I don't know if you were in at the beginning. I only recognised one guy with his email address. How bad is that? But how good is that at the same time? I recognise his voice, and I'm like, but I don't see, the telephone, what he's come in on. It doesn't match anything that I've got registered in my mind. But the minute that you give me the Proton email, I know exactly who you are. So the key to this is the personal email address and your Kindness Credit account number. So the Kindness Credit account number, we obviously need to know without having to go through all of that ourselves. Obviously, we can put that in there.
Sorry, the Kindness Credit account number, is that the exchange account that you've got on the claim form? Is that the one?
Yes, because you're doing an exchange with it, aren't you?
Right. Okay. I just want to be clear because I don't, first time I've looked at the form, it's not very familiar. I'm still a bit unclear. So I'm not using the legal fiction name, but I'm not using Minister Emoven either, am I?
I didn't say that. I said you are Minister Emoven, aren't you? You just need to put Emoven on there.
Okay.
Do you know why we do this? This is for you. Everybody has been so used to using a legal fiction that every time you now write Minister Emoven, or you sign, you'd sign off on the email. It's not, I don't mean sign with a signature, but you say, thanks for your help, love M or me or Emmy or EM or Emoven. And it just fills me, Minister of Fisheries, it fills me with complete joy because I know that you've got it. I know that you've got the fact that Minister Emoven is me and it's mine for me to use with all my rights reserved, and I'm not incriminating myself anymore. So when people stop asking me about do I use the legal fiction, I know that you've got that point covered. Inside the Schedule A, it says, first of all, on your assignment of consent, it says, I cannot use that legal fiction because I will be prosecuted, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I was just trying to establish whether it's the legal fiction you're transferring out of there, and do you need to know that? This is where the confusion is for me because, trying to fill out the form without a clear understanding of what it is that is asking the beneficiary.
Okay, let's get, you're not a beneficiary if you've got a legal fiction. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
But if I use my given name that my parents gave me, would that be fine then, rather than using Emoven?
Have you sent it? Have you connected that name, that given name, with that Proton email address? So are we going to be looking at that email address and think, well, we haven't got that name on there? That's why everybody's Minister Emoven, because it just makes it so much easier. Because we're not thinking, we're looking at a name here. It's like what just happened that I just explained to you here. I didn't recognise the name that was here, which was Huawei. So it didn't register with me who it was I was speaking to, even though I recognised his voice, until he told me what his email address was. So in order for us to make it very, very simple, everybody's Minister Emoven, okay? So in the beneficiary's name, it goes Minister Emoven. In fact, if you write on the document now, put a number 1 on it next to beneficiary's name, Emoven goes in there.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now as we're going through the form with you.
Okay, because when something, it's very invigorating when and empowering when you go to the post office, or there's a parcel come for you and it's got Emoven on the front of it. You've got a document that's been delivered by Royal Mail and it's got Emoven written on it. And if anybody wants to say, well, prove that you're Minister Emoven, how would you like me to prove something? Would you like to see an envelope with Minister Emoven's name on it? That's the council tax bill, for example. Would you like to see this little packet that came today to be delivered to the house of Emoven? What you're doing is you're undoing the spell of you using and incriminating yourself with a name that was associated with that legal fiction. And so, yes, in answer to your question, it's Minister Emoven that goes in that box, and then the email address is your personal email address. The exchange account is your Kindness Credit exchange account, and you are using this because you've gone onto the Kindness Credits exchange and you've seen something that you want to invest in. You're like, right, okay, now normally, what would I normally be doing now? I'd normally be going shopping. Where would I be normally going shopping? In the supermarket. What is it that I've got here instead? I've got an alternative to that. I can go on Kindness Credits and the Energy Exchange, and I can look through. I can have an osteopath. I can have horse riding lessons. I can have therapy. I can have organic food. Oh, I click that button there, and they're the distributor for the organic food. What does it say? It's got their Kindness Credit number on there. They're the distributors in my area. I'm there in Kent. Look at the postcode, distributor of organic or Kindness Credit outlet. I'm going to do an exchange with them. I don't even know what it is that I'm going to exchange at this moment. What am I doing? I'm doing, what is it that I want? So write this down. What, where, and who. The when and the how is already taken care of. So what you're saying, what is it I want? I want organic food. Where am I? Where are the people who provide that? There they are. And who is it that I'm going to do the exchange with? I'm going to do the exchange with that number that's there, 2020 1622, for example. So I'm putting my exchange, my account number, exchanging with this account number. You've told us who you want to, who you want to do the exchange with. So now imagine a bank, how a bank works. You walk in the bank and you say, right, or you go online and you go on to Tesco's online. You order what it is you want. Not that you're going to get organic veg box in there, of course, and you have to pay tax. And you press your order your food, and it takes you to the payment page. You put in your bank card details there, and in the background, what's happening? Your bank account, exchange account, is exchanging with the Tesco's holding account. The money goes in there. Their clearance account. They do a little check to see, does that credit, has that account got enough credit in it? Box A got not more than or less than this amount of numbers inside it. It's got more than. Okay, we'll take it out of there. You get a verification. Yes, the transaction has been completed and your order will be delivered to you in 2-3 days, whatever. Credit was pushed from one account to another. That's how simple this is. And it looks like this in paper format. The reason why I'm trying to teach you this is so that when the banks go down, like I said to you before, you're not standing there going, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to go and have a chip in my hand. No, I don't have to go and have a chip in my hand because I've got all of these people in my community. I bothered to contact them when Lisa had sent me over the long email chains that say hi to your community. And I bothered to contact them and say, hi guys, I'm going to be around for coffee on Saturday afternoon. I'm going to be here. Come and say hi. We've got this land that maybe you'd be interested in growing some food on. and come and see if you know, come and connect. You all said that you felt isolated with one another, you know, from one another. You've got an opportunity now to connect face to face. Nobody can stop you because you're Minister Emoven. You've got your coronavirus immunity record and your antidote ready to spray on any policy enforcers that might try and cross your path. You've got your rights reserved. You've got your ID cards. You know exactly who you are and what you're doing and what your rights are and where you're going. And you're going, really, well, yes, we're talking about food at the moment. The food is the reason to bring you all together. Do you really think that I'm, well, in one way, yes, I'm fanatical about the food because it's so important to us, but it's about bringing me together. It's about getting you used to going to new places other than a supermarket. It's about getting all of these wonderful minds together around a table to then, you know, that's what you're doing. The kindness credit energy exchange is I've exchanged my enslaving mind to a Minister Emoven mind, and I'm putting that in my community, sat around a table with 10, 15, 20 other people. And I tell you what, magic things happen at that point, because that collective energy, you know, and not only that, I've got awesome food to now take back and feed my family. If I don't cook, it doesn't matter. We've got people who cook the food for you. The fact you've got 5 hours of people and, you know, amazing talent. The one in Dorset that we did, to kickstart this, you know, some people had said, oh, I'll come and I'll put an order in, says the claim form, assigned the kindness credits into the distributor's account, and then the distributor gets it in slave tokens, and then comes, collects the produce, brings it to the house. And some people, you know, for whatever reason, they couldn't come. So the two lads who, the daughters of one of the women who hosted it, they turned the food that was left over from these boxes, and they said, we've just come up with this great idea and we're going to call it Om's Community Kitchen. And they've gone from strength to strength. They do vegan kitchen, they do vegan kitchen cooking and a delivery round. And so they went and they put some leaflets through the doors in their community. And the guys are supporting themselves with food that's very cheap for them to get. And it's organic because it's all done in bulk. And that's why I need this information, so that we can bulk order, so that, like what we've done here, if you just buy 1 litre of olive oil, it's very expensive here. But if I go and I say, right, I want 1,000 kilos of it, or, you know, I put 5 hours in over every day in November, I've already got the olive oil to be able to use as a resource-based economy. That is what if we're going to have an economy, not that absolutely hate that word, that we're going to do this transition from slavery, a slave economy, which is not economy, where we're the stock, to this resource transition, to a point where the veg boxes are free, because you can just turn around and say, I've done my 5 hours this week, of course. I've met the hub. I've created this community project. I've hosted this outlet, and I need a veg box, please. Take 2. You know, they've got how many people have you facilitated in your community because you opened your doors and became this ray of light in the middle of this darkness, that all of these people came to you in 1 week, and they don't know anything, and they're drawn to it like a moth, and they see something going on here. Why are they open? Kindness credits above the door, and they're giving out veg boxes. How can we give out veg boxes? Because some people, very aware and awake people who get this at this degree, have turned around and said, you know what, we don't even want to wait for these people to put their kindness credit claim forms in, because we're still sitting there scratching ourselves even now waiting. Here's some of the slave tokens that we haven't paid, for our mortgages, that we haven't paid for our council tax, for our electricity bills, and we put it into the holding account. We didn't know what we were going to do with it. We just put, right, I just want to send 10,000 quid over there to the holding account that I haven't had to pay in tax. I'm a business, let's say. And so, and I've said, look, please, what you need to tell me what it's for. I don't know what it's for yet. We'll get to that. I just don't want it sitting in that account over there. And because immediately they get a receipt for it. Everything that you get put in there into that holding account, you're actually creating your own receipt for it, which is what is at the bottom of the kindness credit claim form, your kindness credit promissory note.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
For the likes of me, who is a farmer, if I said, right, I can do lamb boxes, for instance, and I won't send my animals to slaughter. We're going to in-house butcher them with people in the community. We're going to give the boxes away. As it stands right now, how would I have the finances to feed the animals, to buy the third-party feeds in that we need for them, if there's no cash flow?
The cash flow comes from you not, okay, so the financial logic that you should have done at the point where you realise that actually this is a bloody good thing and here's my 5 hours in the first place, is that you've done the financial logic. If I discharge all of my liabilities and all of my debt and my outgoings were 600 quid a month, is that not enough to feed my animals to kickstart something like this in my community?
All right, okay, right. So use that to so what before you were wasting on your credit that you should never have had, you then put that back into your hub, so to speak, which then produces.
Yeah, or the money. Really, what you're doing is the money that people would spend in your community going to the supermarket. Instead, you stick your flag up and you say, "Flag." Oh my God, she said flag. You stick your little thingy in the air with the hand up, and you say, "Hi guys, I will accept kindness credits," and everybody can go, "Oh, kindness credits hub. We've been looking for somebody because we've all discharged our liabilities because Luke went into our community first. These are the steps that you have to do. You have to first get rid of your own liabilities, and then you have to share that one step with other people so that they can get to the position as well." Now, even without doing those steps, those people in your community around you already are spending money on meat from the supermarket, aren't they?
Yep.
So, what stopped you doing this already?
I think it would, for us, it would be a major commitment to say, right, we're not going to send any more lambs to slaughter. One, because we don't have anybody that can butcher them for us. And two, again, like I says, until we had disposed all of our debt, then we start to pay for things. We couldn't afford not to take money.
I mean, as a business, just as a business model now, I've got a farm, and I don't know what to do with it because of all of the legislation and blah blah blah. Why have you not already made some leaflets, little, flyers with lamb at whatever cost it will be per kilo, delivered to your door, and put those into your community to do the market research? There might be a load of vegetarians there that, we might get a load of feedback from vegans who want to, come and destroy farm, for example, for what it is that you're doing there. But, what I'm saying is, as a businessman, there is a route to market anyway. I either go through the channels of sending my animals to slaughter, or, sending my crops to Asda or the government or whatever. Or I say, I'm not doing that. I'm going to go direct to my customers. I'm going to go direct to the end user. Who are they? The people in my community. All of those people in my community, how many thousands of people go to that outlet, which is Tesco's, Sainsbury's? I would be going there. They're all standing there, miserable in the rain and the cold, gagging themselves. I would be going to those supermarkets. The only time that I would go to those supermarkets is with a leaflet to explain a little bit about ULC, the veg boxes, affordable, natural food, and give them that with my telephone number on for each area. And there's nothing. Go on, Luke.
So at the minute, our farm, we supply just into our village. We have a butcher. All of our lamb goes straight into the butchers in the village, who've got an abattoir on site. So he obviously kills and butchers, and all that goes out to the local community. But obviously, there's an exchange of money. It's not a kindness credit thing as it stands. But I just think once we have an example and once you can show people, look, it works, we've done it, follow us, we'll help guide you. We've got me and Andrew.
Dorset Organic Community Supporters Group went from 4 people to 90 people in 2 days because Joanne bothered to share it with her friends. Nobody did anything other than filled out a kindness credit claim form, and it was Joanne and I that went together. She'd already been using actually Riverford. And she knew the woman who was the distributor, and so she just said, "Can you bring me 90 veg boxes instead of 1 next week?" Wow, yeah.
And I think that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about taking that jump and believing in yourself and saying, right, we can do this. Let's do it.
It was just a matter of wouldn't even happen like that. It was just that she shared the Facebook group that I'd created with her friends. And all of her friends went, yeah, this is a great idea. The first thing that we got was 5% off because it was the petrol costs that she was saving. And then as she started to learn all of these different things, the price of the veg boxes is coming further and further down, or she's swapping chocolate or olive oil or some of the honey for some of the veg boxes. So it grows itself. All we've got to do is open the door to it. As for the thing with the giving your meat to the butcher, if you go to the butcher and you say, right, I'm creating this veg box structure, so I'm going to give you the meat, obviously, like I'm doing before. You sell it for slave tokens. How much is it that you keep, butcher, out of those slave tokens? 10%. We know that. Okay, so instead of you charging our community that amount for the meat, because you've got to pay your electricity, gas, your water, council tax and all of that, give me all of those liabilities. I'm going to swap my meat for your liabilities now. Because if those people are used to going to the butchers, then that's where your meat needs to be. I mean, why isn't it that you've got your own farm shop?
We're not really. We're located out of the village. We're about
okay, got you.
5 miles from the village.
Got you. It's the location.
And the butchery is our village has got to. Yeah.
Okay, so it's location. Now, so what you could actually do is create the. Are they doing the butchery on site as well?
Yeah, so it's a live abattoir, and the butcher and they also have a lot of delivery vans. They go all over the county with it, not just the village.
Right. So obviously they've got a big customer list for your product.
It's a very high end quality of meat, so all the high end restaurants and stuff seem to buy from there.
Right. So you're going to swap his customer list for his debts. Really, that's what you're going to do.
Right.
And so instead of his customers having to pay all of that amount of money for really what it is that you've produced, because he's your middleman at that point, he's the one he's having to add his liabilities of capitalism to the cost of the end user. What we're talking about is making it, you've got to access that end user because they're the creditor. And, they're obviously switched on to a degree that they're using a high-end butcher instead of going to the supermarket. These is a great target market for you to have as a business anyway.
So now we're Ministry of Emoven. Obviously, we have to, at the moment, we can't kill our own animals. We can't butcher our own animals because it's all to do with licensing. That obviously none of that exists anymore then.
No.
We're not under their laws and rules.
No. And then that's where people who are experts in that field you know, the people who've been going in and doing animal welfare checks, and you're still doing the same job, but you're doing it for another reason. You know, if you're going to go, I mean, we should see what goes on over here with the animals. That they just kill them in the field on, you know, on tarpaulin. It's not, and what do you know what they do before they do that? Because they're so aware of the adrenaline that goes through the animal before it dies in these abattoirs and things. I mean, it was heartbreaking. I had to believe, because I knew it was going to happen. And I watched this guy, and he's stroking his goat, and he gets the goat into this such a wonderful, peaceful place. And I don't agree with it myself, but just the connection that these people have with every single one of their animals, and obviously the produce that comes from that is on a completely different level to the things that you get supposedly sold as meat in the supermarkets. So for me, I don't think we should be killing animals. I think that personally it's part of our own slavery that we enslave others, whether they're animals or not. And until we break that chain, that we've been indoctrinated with, that we need to eat meat, I think we've still got a long way to go. However, I also believe that we shouldn't be forcing our beliefs on other people. But then again, that goes back to, shouldn't be forcing your belief on the animal. Now, you know, we're at this learning point now, where if we all stop doing that, you know, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, because we wouldn't be talking about going and killing something else. So it is a big switch, Luke, you know, to working in harmony with the animals, and using what it is that they produce anyway, without actually eating them. I mean, I had all these chickens, and they think nothing about killing. They think nothing about killing killing the you know, the cow that they've had for years and years. But there's for me with these chickens, I've had them since little chicks, you know. There's absolutely no way that they were like, right, when you, this great big rooster, they were like smacking their lips and saying, they do that with my chihuahua. They say, oh, you know, it would make a really lovely lackey, and I'm horrified, you know. And that they could even think about that. But so at the point where we are at now, while there are people.
But in reality, we wouldn't have 4,500 lambs if we weren't going to sell them for meat, because we wouldn't breed sheep. We wouldn't have sheep.
Why
because
wouldn't
we would
you
be
use
using the land for something else.
Why wouldn't you use their wool?
Well, see, so this year, let me just explain something in England and what's going on this year. The wool this year, there's no value in it. It actually cost us money this year. Normally, when we shear our sheep and we shear them, you have to wrap the wool, put it into a wool bag, and it goes off to the marketing board. They grade, or what they normally do is grade the fleeces and pay you for them. This year, so out of that, we have to pay the company to come in and shear them. We have too many to shear ourselves, so we have to pay somebody to come in and shear them. We have to pay. We normally have six members of staff wrapping, cleaning the fleeces and bagging them. We stack them up, and this year we kept them for about 14 weeks. We then paid the transport for them to go to Ireland, because it was the only place that would take them this year, and we got a bill this year for nearly £700. Now,
Right.
normally they would pay us for the wool, so it costs us now because nobody uses wool anymore. It's all polyester. So in England, there isn't really a market for wool anymore. 99% of farmers in England actually just heap the wool up and set it on fire this year because it was costing. Unfortunately, we were one of the first people to shear, and we found out the hard way by having to pay the bill.
Okay. If you had been in the trust last year, you would have been able to turn around to us and say, right, we're keeping the sheep because we can't slaughter them, and we are keeping the wool, and we need 5 hours a week from, how many people did you say you were having in there? 5 people.
So we have 6 people wrapping fleeces, and then we have 3 people actually clipping the wool.
Right, so let's say we need 10 people. You've got a pot of thousands of people who are all putting their 5 hours in. And I know for a fact that if I turn around to a lot of these people as vegans, for example, and said, look, there's a sheep farmer over here and he wants to not be put in a position where he has to kill his sheep. Will you come and put your 5 hours in and help us to create the wool instead? They would be all over it. Vegetarians, maybe, not the vegans. Vegans probably would be saying get stuff because you're taking their sheep's wool. I don't know, to the level of the mindsets, of how where their stance is on that. I know that there's people who would have come and helped you in the community. I know that there's people, if I'd turned around and said, this is a project. And if we're in a position where we can save the lambs from being slaughtered, whether they look like little sheep or whether they look like debt slaves walking about, flesh-covered robots living in the street down the road, we would have got our fingers out and organised something. So that, and as for going to the wool board, who the hell are they? They're like they're the stock market, sitting there dictating to your lives, and you're going to them because you haven't got your own route to market. Again, so we had a lovely conversation, and I'm really glad he's on.
I think that's the problem with that.
Pardon?
I think that's the problem in agriculture. And last year, before I come on to this, I find with agriculture, it's probably one of the only industries where you go to somebody and say, how much are you going to give us for this? It's not like when you go into Tesco's and they say, we want £1.99 for 2 litres of milk. We don't get told that in farming. We get told you're getting 26 pence a litre. And if you don't like it, put it down the drain.
I know.
Because that's how it is.
Yeah, that's how it was. It's not how it is anymore. It's how it was. And these people, just like we were talking about them kicking off, these people are going into the supermarkets and saying, I've got to wear a mask and I can't buy my GMO seeds. Bloody good. I'm sorry that it's taken so long to stop you toxifying your own environment and putting you into such a position of surrender in order for you to actually see what it is that's going on. For that, that's a big libelous mind that we're talking about at that level. However, the manufacturing now, what it is that we're going to create, it means that we need all of our resources keeping in our community. So I had asked somebody today to fill out that kind of aesthetic playing form, and we got onto the subject of clothes. And it's quite a sporty guy. He's still there. I can't see the list, Luke. So,
yeah, I'm here.
You're here, yeah. And so he was talking about clothes. And he says, well, I'm quite sporty, so I use a lot of wool, is what he actually said. And you can't get the decent stuff, and it's quite expensive, and all of that. Now, everything that we have got or had up to now has been a synthetic version of reality, whether it's our clothes that we're talking about, or our lives, or our medicine, or our food, our water. It's all, and that is what we're going back or forwards to. We had a little blip. And we went, oh yeah, I'd rather have the plastic version of reality, please, because it's cheap. And we found out that the cost of that so-called convenience was very inconvenient, and it's not something that we want to invest in anymore. So we've got designers, we've got people who can manufacture these products, And they've been sitting in the background going, you know, in the last 30 years, they've had to sell their mills and turn them into luxury apartments, for example, because the only thing that was worth investing in was capitalizing on the right of shelter that everybody's got. So, you know, buy another house or open a credit file and get a second mortgage and do a buy-to-let or 10 or whatever. And this
Does
is
that not go back to everybody wanting to pay as little as possible for something, though?
you're not going to need any little. You're not going to need any more than little as possible. Look at the people you just said there, right? That you've got the wool. It cost you all of that money. These people needed paying. All of that's gone, hasn't it? What do you need?
So, for an example, and so my sheep are due to be. So we're going to clip 1,500 yows in say July. So if I said, right, instead of paying £700 out, this wool we'll give put into the community, and people can do what they please with it. Let's try and make some clothing from it. Let's make bedding from it. You know, let's make anything we possibly can from it. So could I then request, all right, so everybody that's given 5 hours, I need 10 people for 3 days. You know, let's do this.
That's it. And then the wool goes to somebody else who wants to turn it into, like you said, like blankets or this activity clothing. I'd said this is where we're coming back to the claim form now. We want to know what it is that you invest in already. What do you buy? What do you like? Do you like chocolate? Do you like mint tea? You know, do you buy woolly socks? Do you wear woolly jumpers in winter? And if you do, where do you get them from now? Well, oh God, I go to bloody Marks and Spencer's. Well, you can't even do that, I don't think, if Marks and Spencer's still open. And what are you doing? You're buying acrylic that's been dyed in God knows what, imported from China, and you're wondering why the hell your skin's itching. Yeah, every time you put your bloody jumper on. Do you want to? It was cheap. Okay, was it cheap? But did it do the job? What about if it was been free? Because you turn around to somebody inside the community, and you're a farmer, and you've created the veg boxes, or you've created the distribution hubs, or whatever. You've taken the children bike riding, or you've done activity holidays, or whatever it is, and you've needed a new pair of woolly socks. You turn around and say, "There's my kindness credit claim form." And this year, I'm putting my claim against my trust, and I am saying, discharge all of these liabilities, please. What are your liabilities, please? Tell us what you want, and we'll do it. But I can't do it. I can't go to any of these people who are all sitting here going, when's somebody going to take my 5 hours off me? Well, I don't know when. Everybody's putting their 5 hours in now. That's great, because people weren't doing that before. So at least we've got to that level now. And now we've got people sitting there saying, right, I'm ready to do my 5 hours, and nobody's contacted me. No, because everybody's in the supermarket. That's right. So
say for instance, then, sorry to keep going on us, but say for instance we decided, right, let's put 10 acres of fruit and veg in.
Yeah.
Would people give 5 hours to come and help weed them and help plant them and help protect them from the frost and help pick them and help box them up and things like that?
That's what it is. They're champing at the bit to do it. They're like, me
and Andrew spent the last few days trying to figure out. We would love to plough 10 acres out and have rows and rows of carrots, parsnips, beetroot. Anything we could possibly grow. We're all for going organic.
Let's do it then.
But we're just, unfortunately, it's a much bigger scale than what we could cope with. So we would need help with it.
Right. So this is great.
And we're desperate to open a community farm where we can benefit people and we can give back to the community and people can come and help and to educate people and really, to get people out. You know, there's nothing better than pulling a carrot out of the ground and rubbing the mud off it and taking it home and saying, look at the size of this carrot, look at the shape of it, because you don't see funny shaped carrots in the supermarket because they've got to meet the criteria.
I know, it's like you throw seeds in the ground and food pops up, man. What is that? Bring the children. Bring the children. Let's get excited again about the magic that this creation really is, you know?
The thing is, Luke, you know, you don't have to start with 10 acres. You can start with an acre. And when you know what you're doing with it and you've got yourself comfortable and you've got a small network around you, you can then build it up. And as more people come, you can grow it that way, can't you? You don't have to sort of jump.
Wait. Don't listen to Christian. You're going to need to plough probably, I would say, 50% of England by the time this is finished, because there is going to be some massive food shortages. Right now, people are not fully aware, clearly, of the extent that this system, this cabal, has got its sights set on consuming every bit of your energy and creating the worst environment possible for you to create for it to exist in. Without you doing the things that you've been doing bit by bit, that system has collapsed. There you can see it around you now. Now, whether or not people are here or not at this time or not, ordering their veg boxes or not, there are people who are going to other organic farms, and they're using those as suppliers, and they're paying through slave tokens. What is going to happen to those customers when suddenly they press the button tomorrow and say you have to have a chip? They're going to want to go to somebody else, and you've already set the stall out in a universal way, because all it takes now is, right now, for community farm shop, we want your 5 hours. I went and I did this, and I knocked on doors, door to door, through a housing estate, and I got 180 people to say yes to me. I hadn't even got access to the land at that point. I knew I had to see whether it was worthwhile. Were people going to support me in doing this thing? So the first step to any of this is making those leaflets, putting them out there. Put your intent out there that we are going to do this anyway. We're creating a community farm. It's COVID clean. Bring your family, come and get involved, and every week you get a veg box in return.
So do you have a database then of people that could, somebody that could help us print leaflets? You know, we're more than welcome to, we're more than happy to go and post them ourselves, but
yeah, we've got your designers, you've got people who have designed our People's Protection Patrol leaflets, people who've designed the websites, people who've designed the t-shirts. Yeah, is the answer.
I'm more than happy to put as much time as what's needed into having a community farm, and into being organic. I would like to think we could go organic. But
Luke, can I make a suggestion? Take a look at Joel Salatin and Polyface Farm. He's got an excellent model, and it works really well.
Can you just stick that in the comments, and I'll
I did. I sent you a message as well.
Have a look
Dave's
at Polyface.
right as well.
I'll have a look at that.
Dave's just put a comment in there as well about, I went to bed thinking about this last night, and what is it that we need in order for us to be able to say, come to my community and help me out? It's accommodation. And so I was going to actually get out of bed last night, and I was just exhausted, and to put a Facebook post up. First target here is your Airbnbs. Those people, they're back to the wall. They've gone, and spent thousands and thousands of pounds making these lovely little houses and crofters cottages and all of this to be able to create an income from people and their need for accommodation. Go to them and explain that you're running an Ardmore. Just the same, like Tina's come to us and said, look, I'd like to throw open my guest house. And so we can do some training. Okay, we go. So if we go to any of these people that are in this situation and say, look, we're going to need this amount of time of accommodation, timeshare again, here you go. We need 3 weeks at this point in the year, we need 4 weeks at this point of the year, and this is what I did here, was to get the people to come and help us with the olives. Went to these people who've got these apartments and apart hotels and said, look, I'll take your electricity bill, but give me 5 weeks of the year. I want 2 at this time of the year, 1 at this time of the year, and 2 at this time of the year. And so we got the people to come, did the minister training, and come and collect the oranges, for example, or come and collect the olives, or, you know, come and see us opening the shops in the middle of the summer and see what it's like. And now these people have swapped all their 52 weeks of the year, minus the 5 that they've given the community trust, for their bills. They've got all of that, their other weeks of the year left for them to do whatever they like with. And that's why this system shut itself down with the coronavirus thing, because this couldn't, the idea of the kindness credits getting out into the hands and the minds of the people was so, that's what they're scared of, this. And because it is the solution to, it's you becoming private again. So, yes, Dave's put up there about the accommodation. Let us sort the accommodation out. And so that we can turn around and say it's a no-brainer for these guys then, like we've done with the invitations for coming on this Ardmore. Your accommodation's taken care of. Just chip in for a veg box between 16 of you for 3 days. You're going to need 2 large fruit and veg boxes, and some whatever it is that they have from the store cupboard. And that's split between 16 people. Now what you're seeing is how it works in bulk buying power, how you split the costs. I mean, go and just have a look. Imagine maybe if you live in a town somewhere, how many houses can you see? 50 houses. Each one of those single houses has got exactly the same liabilities as you've got. They've each and every single one of them has got their own Wi-Fi. Why? Why have we not got just one Wi-Fi hub in a community, and everybody hardwired to that? Why have we got to have it blasting out 50 times the 5G? Because every single house needs its own Wi-Fi. We've brought this individualism to such a degree that we've got our own little universal house chaos. House in Greek is chaos. And we live in our own chaos in our house. And everybody's struggling at the same level, like, oh God, what do I do next? What do I do next? Boom, the system comes again, because it's telling you, trying to wake you up, really. All of this system stands on universal law, and that's why when you uphold universal law, there is not a damn thing that anybody can do, because you are in alignment with the very thing that gives this system its standing in the first place. They are prosecuting you for breaking universal law. So when you come along and you say, and that they make you the offer, lead you into temptation, here you go, what's your name? You think it's such a simple question. Well, I'm the Vatican dead slave, and here is all of my rights. Well, you've just committed fraud upon your soul. So now you have to pay your fine. You're actually paying tax for committing fraud against universal law. And that's why I laugh when the people are like, oh, the government's doing this to us. The government, you're doing this to yourselves, because you have committed the fraud against your soul and broken universal law. So don't worry about the facts, that it's, okay, it looks not very nice inside this prison cell. In the end, the people who are upholding that, only because they haven't been told at their level that what they're actually doing isn't coercing you to break universal law so that they can be there. So nobody imagined anything else for a couple of 1,000 years. And in our fearful state of ourselves, we accepted this as the norm. So yes, I mean, this would be a great project, and I really want to do it with you. Andrew and Luke and the family up there. I think it's brilliant what you've come with, and thank you for that. And you've got all of my energy, because that's. Did you see what I put? I've done my own kind of spirit claim form tonight, and I want one ministry, kind of spirits ministry of natural food, natural produce, and here you are making this offer to me. And that's why, okay, there she goes again, she's kicking off about the kind of credit claim form. When you put it out there and you write it down and you put it on a form and you put all of that information in there, you are creating the vibration, the cursive, not the cursive, you're spelling it into the universe. Tell us what you want. It's not because I'm a magician. You're the magician. By you putting it on there, I want this. What happens? The universe assembles in order for you to have what you want. It's like the thing that I was talking about going into Google and putting in, don't show me pictures of fat ladies. You get pictures of fat ladies. Because you're asking, you get what you ask for. You don't get what you don't want. You get what it is that you've asked for. And that's the master manifestation of this. Already, I've got images in my mind, of huge places that I know that actually belong to my family, that used to be mills, and they were one of the biggest textile manufacturers in the whole world. A lot of those buildings have been turned, I know, into luxury apartments. And if I had the connection with my family, which we've allowed to be destroyed through this negative division that I don't agree with what you believe and all of that. And I'm hoping that one day, we'll be able to put those pieces back together and say, look, we love each other unconditionally anyway. We might not particularly like each other and each other's beliefs, but we can all unite on something as massive as this, which is you're creating a whole new version of reality. And that's what I want to see on those kind of credit claim forms, is you saying, right, okay, I've removed all barriers in my mind now, like you just did there. Okay, if I've got no limitations, I need 6 people. How many people? Have you got it on your claim form? Have you written this on?
Is this to me, Lisa?
Yeah.
No, I'm on doing the claims form now. I hadn't seen it till you sent it over. I've printed it off. I'm
going to do it. I'm going to do it. So and now, so what happens then is you send me the claim form in. Now as a project, what we can do is go, right, okay, these people, first of all, look through all of the list of people who've said that they want to help and, they've got experience with animals, or want to work on a project, or, grow fruit and veg and all of that. And so now we can communicate your kindness credit account with their kindness credit account. And we can say, look, are you interested in doing this? We need this, 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 and this. They're going to come back and say, I'm going to say, you fill a kindness credit claim form out now and tell me what it is that you need in order for you to be able to do this thing. Well, I need accommodation. I need a check, food, check. Okay, I need some woolly socks. Okay, whatever it is. In order, we need tools. We might need tools. Well, and so what you're actually doing is you're listing, you're creating a commodity list. Is actually probably the best way to describe it. It's equivalent in the stock exchange. What commodities, what share of my little rock is it that I need to accumulate to bring in? So we need the energy out of those 5 hours that people have given in exchange for mine, and we put that in that pot, and now you come along and you say, I've got this kindness credit project that I want to create, community farm. And so how many people was it that you said that you needed? 10.
We have about 5 or 6 people wrapping, and then we have 3 people shearing. So there's 8, 9, 10 of us, depending on how many we can get, really.
Right, so 10 people. And for how many days is that?
3 days.
3 days. No, how many for how many acres did you say you could plough? Did you say 300 acres?
No, so well, I would like to think we could do, you know, as many as we needed to, really.
How many have we got?
Well, the farm I'm on at the minute, we have 1,000 acres.
Right, okay. So
A lot of carrots.
it is a lot of carrots. How many kilos of if you looked at a veg box now, go to Trinity Farm and have a look at the veg box and the type of vegetables that are in there.
On Trinity Farm, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, look, just get on Google. I'm not very good at computers, you have to bear with me.
This is great.
I work at tractor, but not a
This is
computer.
the best call yet, this one.
Trinity Farm. Trinity Farm. Is that in Nottinghamshire?
Yeah.
Organic farm shop.
I wished I'd never gone on it, because now I've gone from not thinking I needed anything to wanting everything.
Oh, well, it says that this connection is not private. It won't let me on.
Oh, well, just put https://
https://
then the 2 forward slashes,
yeah,
and then the www.
Luke, do it on Facebook.
do it on Facebook. Oh, right, have they got a Facebook page?
Yes, do it on Facebook.
Wait there, because I don't know where Facebook's gone now.
I've just put it in the chat for you, Luke.
All right, give us a second. Let me find Facebook first.
So I'm presuming, like, most of the farms you've got are down in England, like the veg farms and that you've got are all English farms just now.
Yeah, only because we haven't.
Right. Well, my idea with this is actually ideally, like, I've stumbled, my journey has been going through, like, years ago I knew everything was a con. You have that inkling, you're like, something's not quite right here, but I can't quite put my finger on it. So I've had that for years, and it's been like a point-to-point journey for me. So I went from not knowing about the birth certificate scandal, and then going into like the debts with observation deck and going through all that, and it still wasn't quite ringing. And then when I found yourselves, I was like, aha, this is what I've been going on for. I've been going on for years about bartering and stuff with people. You know, I have this, you have that. I'll swap you this for that if we do this. You know, the kind of trade thing.
Yeah.
And because I've been like, money's like, I've always thought money is a cost. So why do I have this paper that's not backed by anything? Because I found out about the Rothschild gold thing and all that. Them stealing all the gold and basically giving us worthless paper, basically. And it's like, what is it? Why are we giving our time, our money, our expertise and skill for this? For them to then go, right, we're charging this tax, council tax, rent, this. We'll take it all away from you, so you have nothing to buy anything with. And you can't live, basically. Well, now you can't live because they've up everything, up the inflation of everything has just gone up, and it's just not. So this is why I want through doing this, I would like to acquire a farm, and then my idea of thinking was to have like a community on the farm. If people want to move and have like a little half-acre of land and grow and build their own house and do whatever, they can do that. Or they can like do their 5 hours and like transpose it onto the bigger farm, if you know what I mean. So they can grow little boxes or grow whatever they want, or make like soaps or whatever if they want in their little half-acre within the community, or they can extrapolate it into the bigger community, if you know what I mean.
Is that more like a lot?
Pardon?
Is that more like people have allotments, so to speak?
Yeah, like you would have like I'm trying to get a farm up in Scotland because I was looking. There was people that I was online with that are wanting to. They're English nationalists, put it that way, and I was like, okay, I'm not in the right. Okay, I'm in the right kind of area, but not. I don't want to be a nationalist. Thank you very much. because I'm like free and easy. Like, you do you, I do me. That's it. As long as you don't trespass on me, I don't care. But they were kind of the other. They were just wanting like an English community, and that was it. I think. Not too sure. But I want to do a farm up in Scotland, like a big farm. They do like everything, like soaps from like sheep, goats. You can make soap from goat's milk. Like using like everything, just anything you can think of. If you've got expertise in it, if you can make gin, come to my farm and use a bit of land to make juniper berries and stuff for gin, and you can make gin on my land and distribute it within the whole community kind of thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you can send all your samples to me as well when you get going.
Right, so
I would love that. I would love to be able to like go to another farm and say, right, I've got this sort of stuff. Do you need this? I need this. Do you have that kind of thing? You know, do a trade rather than using money.
Chris, that's what this is about. This is exactly that. Put your 5 hours up on the website, send over your 5 hours, what you're putting in. Now you're free from this liability of this belief that we've all propped up. And I mean, the whole of Greece, they do this. That's why it's been kept from us. And, you know, we look at them like the biggest debt slaves on the planet. They're the most resilient and self-sustaining people that I've ever come across, especially in Icaria, which is where this all this process of kindness credits was created from. Just simply because of that, you know, with the people exchanging their oil for honey and jams for bread because there was not a lot of slave tokens in circulation, the land is clean because it hasn't been toxified with, you know, gallons and gallons of Roundup, because they couldn't afford to buy it. And that's why it's really what we're doing is we're exporting that lifestyle. Icaria is one of 5 places which have got a blue zone status because the people live to be, and their quality of life is so long and high that they, you know, they're still chopping wood and they're in their hundreds, you know. It's incredible that we've lost sight of that simplicity, and rather we would have this plastic synthetic version, and it's wonderful to listen to hear how simple it really is. The making of soaps and things like that, things that I would never have first of all been interested in. I was just more interested in, you know, the most expensive smelly one, and with the Chanel stamp on it. I didn't even, you know, that point of that indebted mind. You're looking at the projection of what the definition of quality is. So yes, if you can put your email address in the chat box so that we can see. I don't know which Chris you are. I'm sorry, because we've got quite a few. You want to, don't disclose. You can
I'm new, so I'm just, this is me just new into this.
Okay. You've obviously got a Proton email.
Yeah, I've done all the Proton mail. I've just printed off claim form just now. I was actually, what I was waiting for was this to ask you some questions about the forms, and they've been answered already, so.
Good.
So,
if you can just send over your, put in the chat box there, your Proton email address, and we can help you kickstart this up there. And if you let me know what area of Scotland you are, because there are now.
Yeah, there's a few. I've been looking at a few farms because I heard you going on about the acquiring the right of use of areas. Does that mean that you get the farm and all the land with it and everything as well?
Yeah, for a community.
Right. Yeah. Because I've been looking at farms that have been like ranging from 10 acres up to like about 100 acres. And it's just depending on, it's just help with all the bump of trying to acquire a farm and acquire all the machinery and whatnot. And obviously I've got a couple of people who have messaged me just now actually who are quite interested in our little village. I've been talking to people in the hub, you know, the hub site that I just got that last night, and I've been chatting to a few people in there that are quite up for they're kind of moving about and don't have like a fixed abode, if you know what I mean. They're not quite fixed to anywhere, and they wouldn't mind moving and working and doing stuff like that as well. So it's quite promising, actually.
Well, the Balmoral estate's up for grabs if you want to go and restore your rights to that.
My old job, I used to work in cherry pickers, and we had a hire on the Balmoral estate not that long ago. I didn't do it; my dad did it himself. But yeah, I know the kind of stuff that I don't want to. There's too much bad juju going in there. I think if you're aware of what that sort of stuff is.
Well, it all needs restoring now. The rights of use of all of that rock are back in your hands. So and it's up to us to settle the debts. All that bad juju could only go on up there because we looked the other way while the juju was being committed. And, you know, as ministers of universal law, we have to clear, you know, we talk about Trump's coming to clear the swamp, you know, and he's the biggest swamp monster. The irony in that is massive. It's us that have to clear the swamp monsters from our minds. And obviously that starts with having the belief that there is somebody else somewhere who has got the jurisdiction of you. Somebody somewhere's got a more powerful piece of paper than you. In the paper land of fiction, you have got the most powerful paper that you could have on that quiet title. It's backed up then if they want to, you know, universal law doesn't exist. Okay, let's have a look at what are you saying gives you the right to come here to ask me what? Where is my right to sustain me and my community freely with the resources that belong to them? Well, if you're talking commerce, well, it's not legal what you're doing. Okay, so legal, where does legal sit? Legal is commerce. So there has to be a contract. Because there wasn't a contract, there's now a huge debt. And because of that huge debt to those unfounded, unsubstantiated claims made against the people to stop them exercising their right of use of their own share of this planet and its resources, and the fact that it's been restored in accordance to the equivalent of the Uniform Commercial Code that was created in this process, which was used in order to be able to take the right of use or presume the right of use of this rock in the first place. That has been settled. You are the official receivers, like I talked about, of your own libelous mind. So you are the secured party creditor, and somebody, I think he is. Are you there still, Kristen? You said, tell us what was it? You who spoke to somebody today about the water? Yeah.
About the thing that I found.
About the water. Was it you? And you'd said, they'd said, who are you? And you said, I'm a secured party creditor, what are you doing? And they put the phone down.
Oh, right. No, that one wasn't me.
Oh, right. Okay. These are the key words. Even if you don't know, sorry, what their definition is or you haven't got a definition of secured party creditor, they do. They know what it means. Even if you don't know what minister stands for, they do, because and you haven't even had to explain anything. The information drips down to that level of, let's say, policy enforcer. And they're like, oh, you have to get out of my shop now. You just called it a shop. Yeah, you have to get out of my shop because we're really busy. Oh, but you just asked us to come in here and you were going to write us a ticket and put us in the court, you know? By the time the information comes down that these people are upholding universal law, the system that was only there to prosecute you for breaking it cannot initiate because you have not done that deed, which requires them, they require you to do that deed, which is to commit that fraud upon your soul, and in order to initiate. So is
that why a lot of people say that you've lost before you've even got to court?
Yeah, because I've just had a deja vu. A massive deja vu there with that question. And you and your voice. Yes, if you've lost before it goes to court because you've opened your mouth and incriminated yourself. Because you said, hello, yeah, I'm just commit fraud upon my soul. Here you go. If there is, if there is then a legal, now we have to go through the process. Now we can, now what you've just consented to is us prosecuting you. So when you read that document, that assignment of consent, and it says that my name is under non-disclosure, I'll be prosecuted if I use it. Both of those two things are true before you do anything else right now. So your name is under non-disclosure. They didn't disclose the terms and conditions of the use of it. And you are just about to prosecute yourself. And they're actually standing there waiting for you to prosecute yourself. And so, you know, I've talked about this before. Police saying, who's going to prosecute you? I can't use that name. I'll be prosecuted. Who's going to prosecute you? My trust.
Yeah.
And, you know, we'll get them, tell us who it is. It's you. You're standing there waiting for me to commit fraud. So you just said that you'd go and arrest them. Arrest yourself.
Well, the thing that kind of got me onto that is when there was somebody that explained that that a guy went into court acting. This is common law. This is a story of common law. He went into court acting on common law, and the judge said, "Please, whoever such and such is on the birth certificate, please stand." And then nobody standing. He's like, "I'm telling such." And then the guy said, "No, you're the person that's on the birth certificate because you're the trustee or whatever. You're the so it's you that's on the birth certificate. I'm afraid, sir, the judge himself." Because he is acting as trustee of that fiction, as it were.
Yeah, actually, it's not. I did that myself in Bournemouth court, and the judge is screaming, "There's no common law in this country anymore!" And I was the common law sheriff of Dorset at the time, so I was highly offended about that, and shouted for the police to come in. Stood the police under his oath, and the policeman's like, "I'm like, arrest that man!" And the policeman's come in through the doors and he's like, gone to see who it is that I'm pointing at. Seen it was the judge. The judge has seen him look at him and run away, abandon ship, discharge all charges. But the judge was right. There is no common law in this country anymore because there is no trust. Because you cannot trust a corporation, can you? And the fact that we've still got people going in there and saying, "You're my trustee. You need to do your fiduciary duties." Fiduciary duties of what, you incapacitated legal minor? First of all, common law sits under the House of Lords. It was created with a Magna Carta with a knife to the king's throat. It's under duress. The contract was under duress, and everything that, you know, we should have killed them when we had the chance, really, to be honest. And instead we bought a contract that implied that your rights could be written down and given to you, and at the same time obviously written down and taken away from you depending on whose paper it was written on, and even in what kind of letters it was written on now. So then where we've got common law, then you've got the syntax fraud, then you know, live born record, live life claim, all of those kind of things, ecclesiastical deed poll. Where if we go into there at all, there is no in there anymore. Can you all see that the system is shut? We want to go to the court, and they've shut their shop. Why? Because the universal law is being upheld in the community, and they don't dare open those doors, because if they open those doors and Minister Emoven walks in there under universal law, and they see you coming and you're dressed in their garb, if you like, you know, you've got your monkey outfit on now. And the monkey outfit isn't policy enforcer. It's minister of universal law. You've just taken the jurisdiction of this whole prism shit show and said, I know your game, and I'm playing it at this level. And it means because I know your game, they can't play it. And that's why, look around you, everywhere's shut. The seals of the emblems have come off the Buckingham Palace. they can't launder your accounts inside the stock exchange. Did you see that the US government had removed itself from being listed in there? HM government.
Is this why the monetary system, i.e. the pound, the dollar, is all falling apart and everybody's shifting to this crypto stuff now? They're pushing this like nobody's business, I've noticed.
Yeah, because they they haven't got a pot to launder anymore. People have learned about their rights. People have pulled out their credit files and secured those legal fictions inside the Securities Exchange Commission. They've swung the table so that if the game of debt is played like this, then it's us who are the creditors. We've re-established that state of mind of our being, and we can no longer be considered to consent to being incorporated by the Vatican. So that's why they've created the cryptocurrency. And when we first started doing the rocks, nearly 6 years ago now, you know, cryptocurrency was in the whisperings. I'd never heard of it. And as we got more and more people coming and more people talking about it, even though we didn't get, obviously, the mainstream coverage, it was Greece is like a big family. And the Greek people are all over the world. They've split this nation and fractured it all over the world. They only allow 10.4 million as a resident in the country itself. The place is completely empty. It's huge and completely empty because they've put all of the other families all over the world. They tempted them with slave tokens. You've got amazing minds all over the world, shipbuilders. You know, this DNA that they've got, which it turns out is that we all share it. We're all Hellenes, but depending on the indoctrination and let's say the circumstances that we evolve inside as families and groups and what we learn and communities, you know, they've got this amazing ability to they stick together. You know, they've got that. They don't. Some people who've gone down the avenue of, you know, allowing themselves to be divided would say they were nationalists. But you know, when you actually get to talk to these people, they talk as a whole tribe of the earth being one, of this rock of Hellas, this rock of light. It's not we're Greek and you're inferior. It's not that. They reckon that when they look at you, it's like they're your family. You know, it's like you found your lost cousin, and more. You know, and so. I can't remember why it was I was talking about that, to be honest. What was it we were talking about? Any clues? Anybody? No.
We were going on about splitting up Greeks being split up and how Greece is empty now or something.
Yeah, but it was before, how we got onto that. It was about what we were exporting. As
the Vatican and the courts, and yeah,
we're exporting that. We're exporting that lifestyle, really, and that sharing and that working together. And you know, one family would help another family build their house. They had no debt at all. They'd never borrowed money from the bank, and then
that's the way. That's the way it used to be. Like my dad, when he was little, it used to be like an open door policy, and if somebody was making like a big stew or something, they'd invite people around, and it used to be like that. But it's not like that anymore. I don't know what they've done, but they've made it so everybody is their own little. They don't communicate with anybody else. I mean, I don't mind helping friends and stuff. Like, I mean, when somebody usually says to me, "Oh, here's £10," I say, "No, it's fine. It's a favor. It's a favor in the bank kind of thing." And people don't do that as much anymore.
And that's what we was talking about the kindness credits and the cryptocurrency. So because everybody heard about this, and it is their history that we're talking about, feeding the Coronos system at rocks, which is how their story is that Zeus was kept from being eaten. That went with wildfire. It meant something to them. you know, to the people in England, it's just, oh, that crazy woman over there who was telling us all to grow food, you know, 7 years ago, has gone over there and opened some shops and she uses rocks, ha, ha, ha. You know, it's so, but with the cryptocurrency, so slowly over the time, people came to me and said about Visa. Obviously tried to, well, they tried to steal kindness credits offers in 2016. That didn't work. We were there to retract all of the cards that they'd issued. Now that in itself, Visa are not going to go and jump on something if they can't see the benefit of it and the potential damage that it is going to do, which is why they went to the cost of creating kindness credit cards. And then cryptocurrency came along and people were offering to create these apps and stuff. Okay, create an app, but you need to pay us in cryptocurrency. Well, how can you create me an app if you clearly don't comprehend what it is that kindness credits is? You'd be asking me to discharge all of your liabilities instead. So that instead of asking me for $5,000 to create this, you would have kept your 25 grand a year out of the system, and so you know you're not fit for the job, so we didn't give it to them. That's why it hasn't had an app until we've come to this point now where Nikki's kindly offered the right of use for some of her app to us so that we can all benefit from that. When that happens about us securing, when you're using the terminology of secured party creditor, when you became that, whether you were aware of it or not, it didn't matter because they'd implied that you were their collateral. So they said that, not us. They said that you know, they were implying your rights and your share of the planet's resources was their collateral that they'd taken in exchange for the debt. Well, if you can do that, then a cooperation of people can do that. So through people giving me the authority to act and the assignment of consent, that's what that did. It meant that I was speaking, I was doing what I knew on behalf of other people. So the cryptocurrency had to obviously be created to drive you back into their hands. And like we've talked about before, the placebo pot of belief now, because they can't launder the legal fiction one anymore, and they haven't got any equity to use because the rock, it was ELAS, was Greek, a primary trust fund feeder account of the whole world stock exchange, and the knowledge and the DNA, let's say the direct line of inheritance, all that was what was stolen by the Romans and claimed as theirs. So crypto it's crypt. Take the O off. It's crypt. It's dead money. It's you know, I don't want to be associated with dead crypts, and so what they've done is they've put in we've had to create that coronavirus pot, so as a kind of go-between to drive the minds back into that state of fear, just when you were all getting to right at this pinnacle point where suddenly all of this thing was making sense about the rocks and you couldn't deny it anymore because you were seeing people with these number plates on their cars and exercising their rights, and the courts were being shut down and the system didn't exist anymore. And so suddenly, obviously, they had to come up with something which has already been planned. You know, we're not saying that they've only just done this because of what we've been doing. Everything that we've been doing was already been pre-planned to get us to this point now. It's nothing's by accident at all. And everything is exactly as it should be. And here we are at this amazing point of realizing that every single second we've got is a point of creation or destruction. And so whatever thought or we credit and whatever thought we document, then obviously it creates something from that. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And otherwise all these documents and treaties and you know, contracts and the hidden, undisclosed contracts with terms and conditions that you never even knew about are being put into place, using a trust to protect it so they can do their dirty deeds behind it and keep it all in their ledger rolls. And you are in the dark about what it is you actually just said yes to. So when they hedge their bets now, you've got the Bill Gates there, like we talked about before, stumped up all of that hypothetical credit. As long as the government write everything off of coronavirus, then they can claim down on his pot for every time coronavirus is given the promotion that it needs to create the fear, so that when they come with their vaccines like we're seeing now, everybody's lining up to go and have them. It's because they think that they're going to be saved from what? Yourself. You're actually, you know, the first thing they're going to say is, what's your, just confirm your name. And at that point there, you've just assigned your consent of the share of the planet's resources to that serial number inside that chip that is operated by the software from Microsoft, the hardware from biohacks, that have all agreed to give 20% of their market share to Icon Capital Group. Who are they? Gold Time, Nasara and Jasara. And there you've got 1,200 slave tokens worth of credit that is you actually using 1% again of your dividends to support 99% of your life, but you have to work like a debt slave for them again. In order for you, you have to be a good debt slave, do what we say. Take your injection, otherwise you're not having this. And your lights won't come on, or you can't go to your toxic supermarket. And with that knowing, and here at the other side of the reflection of what could be, let's say, you're looking at a claim form. Can tell this woman, small, medium, or large reg box, please. Or stand there and get your chip. Because that's the choice, really. That's the crossroads, the magnitude of this awareness of the state that you've got yourself to now. You can't deny that it's either that or that. Which is easier to do, which is, it's too difficult for me. Well, if you're going to stand there and not think then about them sticking that in you, and that you've just handed yourself over infinitely, infinite energy, infinitely trapped inside their matrix system for you to create infinite potential to a non-entity, to the negative of this universe. Or do you want to say, right, okay, I can work that bit out. Where's my claim form? And this is what I need. And so by you actually, like we talked about before, I need 10 people. Where? I need them here. When? I need them then. Now, by putting in your 5 hours, this is, okay, we have to go through this process with certain people to get them to discharge their liabilities before they can think about 5 hours. But you guys, this level, you comprehend all about the debt. It's fiction. We don't have to go through all of that. About common law. About live life claim. About ecclesiastical default, and none of it's worked, because we've all practiced some part of it, and we're still all looking at the same shit show. So clearly, it hasn't worked. The only time that anything worked that I have practiced is this, and the results are astounding. And so, by how did I do it? Everybody's like, right, okay, how did you do it? I wrote it on a form. What did I do? I wrote to the, I want this. Who am I asking? Universal law. I'm not even asking. I'm telling the universe, because I'm ministering my own mind now, and I'm saying, I know that much. I know that I can create. And so I know that I can create with my mind, and I know that it comes faster if I create with intent, and I know that it comes quicker if I actually write it down, and I know that if I set my stall out and I say that is what I want, that is what comes. And so, build it and they will come. It is literally that. At the moment, everybody's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, saying, what will happen if you go and plough 1,000 acres? The question before was, how many of those large veg boxes that you can see on Trinity Farm now would you be able to get out of 1,000 acres if it was run with biodynamics and permaculture, instead of aggravating the land like we just go and do because that's what we used to do, and work with partner planting and actually work in harmony with this rock. And when you leave her the hell alone, She can create some amazing stuff. There's very little we need to do. We throw some seeds and talk to the plants afterwards when you're like, wow, you know, take the children and you've got that lifestyle. And the simplicity of living is really the freedom that you get through kindness credits, because it's first of all, that fear of not getting it right and oh, I'm going to lose something is gone. Why? Because I put my trust in universal law. I will never lose. And the fear of loss then that was occupying my indebted mind that I was creating reality with, is gone. And so, yes, those sitting on the sideline going, yeah, right, watch it, you know. If you put 1,000, if you plough 1,000 acres, you will have the people who will be there to not only help you, but also to create a massive community around that.
Can I just ask a question regarding all of that?
Yeah.
So a big reason why we don't have any voluntarily help is for insurance purposes. So agriculture is a very dangerous game. And we do get people out of the village which occasionally pop up and will do things, and we have children out of the village which come and stand on the farm lane and watch us combine and plough and drill. But as for actually being hands-on, our insurance policies now, I know things are going to change and things will change, but how do you work? How do you protect yourself? Like, you know, so if somebody walks down our lane and breaks the leg, we're liable because we've left a stone in the middle of the lane.
Do you not think that is complete and utter BS?
Well, yeah, I do. But then how do you stand when?
How did we used to stand? I remember going and to playgrounds and wondering what those signs were, and I asked my mum, you know, why does it say that you play on these things at your own risk?
Because you're signing your rights away the second you use anything, then, or go across there, or
you're not signing your rights away. You're saying I'm taking full liability for anything that happens here, and I'm not going to prosecute anybody for my own stupidity. That's what.
Also, as long as we had some kind of sign up saying you walk across this land at your own risk.
You know, we're here at our own risk, aren't we? Did we get an insurance policy to come to Earth or wherever this is and manifest our bodies in this, you know, that's why I laugh. It's like, oh, you've gone over there and you haven't got any health insurance, you haven't got medical insurance, you can die driving around the road and a rock fall on your head, you know, if you want to consider the risks that come with being alive. And if we're going to go around and sugarcoat this living to such a degree where we get to the point where we are now, where we're scared of being alive and breathing oxygen, then doesn't it tell you something that it was time to turn around and say, you know what, all I need as surety is my trust in universal law. If I'm going to have an accident, usually it's because I've not shown due diligence or I've not forward thought the outcome of my actions. So it actually creates a community of people who have got no responsibility. I know that if people who are insured in their cars, they drive like maniacs. And I know the people who are driving under their own indemnity and their own cover with their own share of the planet's resources, backing any liability that they may or may not create. They drive in a much different way.
So anybody that came from the community to help us would be there, obviously, because they wanted to be. They'd be there, and they'd understand that if they hurt themselves, that's their own fault for being stupid and not thinking about what they were doing or not doing it right.
Yeah, you live at your own risk, guys. You know, there's.
You step out in front of a bus, do you?
Pardon?
Like you wouldn't step out in front of a bus because you know not to.
Wait, there's something even in prisons in England they do. What they call it induction. You have an induction. You come in on the farm, guys. Here's the induction. We have a little meeting in the coffee in your little farm shop in the morning before anybody does anything. This is what you've allocated your time for, and this is the safety procedures to go through. Isn't that what we do anyway, whether we've got insurance policy or not? Don't you have to do an induction with people as you bring them into.
Yeah, like in industry, you do on like a toolbox talk, like a quick safety talk in the morning, and has anybody got any kind of has anybody got anything they would like to highlight that they're not happy with, and then go from there, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
step
done.
in front of the bus.
We're talking about democracy, aren't we? We're talking about executing the decisions of the community, whether I'm running a farm or whether I'm running a government or whether I'm running a bank or whether I'm running a business in any way, shape or form. It's by consent, it's full disclosure. These are the terms and conditions of getting involved in this. You do so because you consented to it. And nobody else is going to take the liability of your decisions other than you, remember, because you're secured party creditor and you're in a position where you can discharge all your liabilities. I mean, obviously, if somebody's caused you harm, if somebody's you picked up a pitchfork because you've had a fight, then that's between those two individuals, whether they're on the farm or whether they're in the street or whatever, Are we insured for murder? Because that's what's going on at the moment, isn't it? You can't even. We're all running around worried about him being insured, and we've got these Bill Gates running around with a vaccine, and he's not insured. You've got the police running around; they're not insured. You've got these private corporations operating without insurance, and we are all running around going, "Oh, I have to have insurance." Who said you have to have insurance? Clearly, you don't have to have insurance because the police haven't got any, and the judges haven't got any, and Bill Gates hasn't got any. So why are you bothered about whether somebody's going to come along and prosecute you for something that they did? No.
I mean, the way I would have sorted that sort of thing is if they're on your land, they did something. Say they were working for you and they did something, and they broke their leg, and I can't work now because I broke my leg. It's like, well, what do you usually need to do for work? Do you need food? Do you need this? Do you need that? If you need this, I'll sort it.
Exactly.
That's the way you can compensate them in that way rather than a monetary way.
Exactly, and we talked about this. It's the same thing with the cars. I've bumped into your car. I'm really sorry. Let me call my trust. We've got a mechanic in this area who's one of our recognised service providers. Yes, our approved mechanics. Yeah. Oh no, here's a tow truck. And get that car over there and let's get it sorted out for him. And if he's injured and his family needs support, then the community's there. That's what standing surety means. It's not some figures on a screen.
Sorry, I dropped out. My internet went. What did Chris say? Sorry, I've just picked up the conversation again.
I was just saying, like, if like you were to have like people from your village or your town that's near you working on your farm, you can say to them, look, you work on the farm at your own risk. If you do happen to hurt yourself, we'll assess what happens when you hurt yourself. If you hurt yourself, if it's like a broken leg or something, if you are if you have to work, what do you need to do to make money? If you've broken your leg and you can't work, well, what do you need? If you need food, if you need electric, if you need this, we'll compensate you that way for it rather than going through the insurances and all that, because that's just another scam.
Okay, wait there, because that's a very good point. But all of those things are already done for these people. That's why they're coming and giving their 5 hours.
Yes, so they wouldn't lose anything because they'd still be getting the veg boxes, they'd still be getting the fruit boxes. Although they wouldn't be able to give the 5 hours, they would still be getting their benefits from being Emoven.
Exactly. And that is sure.
But as a community, we'd look after them.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. That's why we said yes to putting all of our energy into a pot behind this corporation, thinking it was a trust, so it could stand surety to us when we couldn't work or we'd had an accident or we were unemployed or old or sick or frail. And that's, she's talking communism. I'm talking how it should be. Call it whatever the hell you like, with whatever indoctrinated mind you've got. That is what surety definition is. And if we haven't got surety in our community and we have to go to externally and pay somebody with slave tokens, what are we doing? Compounding the liability. and creating more debt with it, instead of going say and accepting the responsibility and saying, oh, you know, I'm really, really sorry, this is, but don't, you know, we lose the sense, we lose the fear, because we haven't, we can go freely now and say, yeah, I know I'm covered, what do you need me to do? Well, we just need you to be careful over there, because, you know, this or this could happen. But apart from that, you know, you are in the position of the driving seat of the decision making of your own life. You're executing your own decisions, and you are nobody is liable for them except you. That's it. And because we're all in that position, we've all accepted that. Then when you know, we're creating something together, and that something like that should happen, then of course that's why we've got all of our 5 hours in the pot to say, when you need me, I'm there. So now if we go down, has everybody got a little bit more comprehension now about that part of the kindness credits? We're not saying to put in there, it does say electricity, gas, water, because it can also be used, before we did the financial logic revision form, it can also be used for doing a financial logic with somebody. If you haven't got, you know, we've only got claim forms, which of these documents am I gonna, it covers most of the deeds that I'm going to be doing as a minister. Okay, I'm going to be collecting people's information. So instead of me doing a financial revision form and the kindness credit claim form with them, I'll just do one kindness credit claim form with them, and I'll fill it in according to the person that I've got, or according to the circumstances that I'm in. I'm going to determine how to fill this form out. Wow, guys, you can't ever get it wrong. That's what, but at least try. That's what I'm saying. So then you've got, I can put in there water, gas, electricity, my mortgage, and what you're actually doing as well, just for yourself at that point, is the beginnings of your ledger book. You can then take that information that you've put roughly on there and write it into your ledger book. Okay, well, I assigned the electricity bill, it was that much, that was what it was for the year, that's what I've saved, that's what my 5 hours is standing surety to. So you're actually giving your 5 hours of value in writing in a ledger book to yourselves. And so I'm putting my council tax in. Normally that would have been 1,200 a year. If I work it out over 10 years, it's 12 grand that I've saved. You decide whether it's weekly or monthly or yearly, or even correlate all that information and put, it's a 10-year accounting ledger of what I'm what I would have credited this slavery system if I'd have paid into something that, for something that was already mine, or something that I already had the right of use of, let's say. So but we're talking about veg boxes at this point. So I've looked at Trinity Farm. That's like, I've got 6 people in my family, so I'm going to need a large veg box because we all love veg. We don't eat much else than fruit. And so I need a large one of those, or even an extra large. Or I might need 2 of those. Or I might just need 1 small one. And so I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to tick that box, and I'm going to highlight the one that I want, and do the same for the veg. And then if I want to start to really list what else do I use? Well, I drink milk, but I'd rather have organic. I use yogurt, or there's cheese, or you know. But go and have a look at what you bought last week in Tesco's, and take that and put that on there. This is what I ate last week on another piece of paper, and this is what I want to eat instead. I want to eat organic pasta instead of that barilla stuff. And so then we can say to the people in the community who are sitting there going, don't know what to do for my 5 hours. I really love making pasta. Well, bloody hell. It's funny you should say that, because that's how the universe works. We've just got 2,000 claim forms back in, and in your area, there's 200 of those people, and they all want bags of pasta. Would you like to create the pasta in your community? in exchange for your 5 hours of discharging all your liabilities. So even if you do break your leg, all you need is a veg box. Yeah, cool. Right, so we've got pasta ticked off the list. But I can't go. I can't go and say to make any suggestions because I don't know what it is that you are going to support. You're the creditors. You're the consumers. You're the market. You're you are. Although most of us didn't know that, we are actually driving the market by every choice we make. So we've chosen organic instead. Now at this point. Now we're getting to, I don't know how the kindness credits works. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you don't know how kindness credit work at this point. Just how much if you order those veg boxes, is it on Trinity Farm? Just as what they're selling there. Well, it's 20 quid. Okay, so we put, now we're going to write 20 slave tokens at the bottom. If those two things that we've ticked there come to 20 slave tokens as the equivalent. If I was going to buy a veg box and a fruit box from Trinity Farm, it would be 20 quid that I would need out of my trust to cover that. Okay. Well, I've got all of my money now in my pocket anyway because I haven't paid the corporation. It's got 600 quid here that I didn't have before. So now I can think about actually buying something else. What else could I used to buy Persil washing up liquid, and I can buy Zyolite instead. Oh, put Zyolite down, and so you if you just list what it is that you use, we can then go and find the alternative for you as a collective, and obviously we need those figures for that. So at this point, you're talking slave tokens and you're converting your slave tokens into kindness credits. So let's go put the veg boxes to one side a minute. The ebook. People have said to me, well, I expected the ebook to be free. It is free. It's not only free, it sets the rest of your community free if you work this step right, and the reason why it's the way it is. You'll hopefully see this. You want the ebook. You put 16 slave tokens into the IBAN account that is on the bottom of the claim form, and you write 2 kindness credits on your claim form. You use the number which is on the kindness credit account number, which is on the kindness credit page in the website. You look for ebook, there it is, 1960041. And you put your kindness credit number on there, and you put your the account number that you want to do the exchange with. Put your 16 slave tokens in the account, and then you take your kindness credit. At the bottom of your note, it actually says what to do in there, and you fill out that promissory note. You write on there the date. That's in number 1. You write the amount. Now we're talking kindness credits now, so 2 kindness credits goes, and I've even put little numbers above the places where you 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the third part there, you would put your thumbprint or your signature. And if you put your thumbprint in at 3, then you put your signature at 4. If you put your thumbprint in at 4, you put your signature in at 3. And then across the middle of that note, you write, pay the bearer 2 kindness credits. And you write the IBAN number that you have just put 2 kindness credits in on that note. Okay. Now, what you've just done there is you've created a credit note, a bill of exchange in dual currency. And you then give that to somebody that you would normally give something to. Don't forget, at this point, you still think that piece of paper is worth 16 slave tokens now, don't you? Does anybody not get that that piece of paper is now worth 16 slave tokens, tax-free? Good. Speak now if you do, and we'll go over it again. It's fine if you don't get that. Brilliant. So now you're going to go, let's say you've gone to have your car fixed. And you say to the guy, let's keep it nice and simple. It needed a job doing on it, and it was only a little job, and he's going to ask you for 20 quid. And you say, here you go. And you give him that. And he says, and 2 quid. And he says, no, I said 20 quid. Yeah, that is 20 quid. Sorry, with 4 quid in slave tokens. That is 20 quid. No, it's £4. You've just given me £4 a piece of paper. Yeah, that my money is inside that account there. And so what you can do is you can send it to this address here, which is like the bank, and with your IBAN number on the back, and my trust, my Kindness Credit account, will send you the 16 slave tokens into your account. What have you just done there? Created trust. And you've also created what used to be the old checks again, the checking and the clearing service. And so this is what is actually happening again, like we talked about. If you'd paid him with his card, your card, you would have moved 16 slave tokens from your bank account into the holding account of your Visa card. And then that 16 slave tokens would have gone into the merchant's account that the guy's got, and then it would have gone into his bank account. And so each time that moved, it would have been you creating to the power of 10 times the power of 10 in debt. At this point here, it's like, hang on a minute, I just want 16 slave tokens. I want 20 quid. Okay, now, if at the moment, because you've told him that that check, that piece of paper's worth 16 slave tokens, he's like, okay, well, I want to see 16 slave tokens. If you don't cash it back to slave tokens, okay, I've given you, now I'm making another offer with you. If you don't, I've got the other 16 slave tokens now in my hand here. I don't want to close you in liability. I want to teach you something so simple. That's why I'm taking this time with you to do this. So here's the 16 slave tokens. Take the fear away. You've already got the 4. So I've already, look, there it is on the table. Now, if I take that piece of paper back and you take those 16 slave tokens, how much of that are you going to keep? What do you mean? Well, how much are your overheads? How many customers like me do you need in a month, a week, a year to cover your overheads? Well, my overheads are 1,000 quid. So you're going to use 16 of them there. 20 quid you've got. How many more customers like me do you need? Okay, however many. Most customers spend 200 quid, you're tight. Okay, okay, so you're going to need a lot of customers. And at that point there, you're telling me that the first, however many customers it is, the first 1,000 quid that comes through this shop goes into the hands of the system in order for you to open your doors. Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. So it costs you 1,000 quid to open your doors. What if you kept that and instead I used the other part of my Kindness Credit account to stand surety to you for all of that, what you've just told me there. So now instead that little job that you just did with me is now worth 1,000 slave tokens instead of just 16 quid. Are you listening now? What you're telling me that you can turn this piece of paper into discharging all of my liabilities? Yeah, I am. Do you want to see me? Open your laptop, open your phone, go to the website, put in the details that is given to you. You created him a Kindness Credit account, and that's 16 slave tokens, and that book just set that person free because you had something to introduce. The bill of exchange of the Kindness Credit note there that you just handed to that next person has opened the door in their mind for them to be able to start to learn about this. So and the 2 quid, the 16 quid sits in the pot and waits for somebody to come along and say, right, I need some of them slave tokens to put fuel in the car if somebody stuck up a mountain. Okay, where does it need to go, what is the coordinates, and log into the account in the slave token account and just send it straight out of the slave token account to someone.
I'm presuming using this method, you're better off using it at like sole traders and like little businesses rather than going down to Tesco or whoever. Well, obviously, that's who you want to get away from, but rather than going down to your Shells or your Essos to get garage, go like a little garage that's like family owned or whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's what we did here. We went to we know that these are, we know because you know how much money you spend on petrol. How often do you go to the garage? What is the most frequent thing that I support with slave tokens? Petrol. Okay. Let's go and find somebody who's got a really big problem with the petrol company. They've tried to seize his house, with the bank, and all of that. And let's put them out of their, and relieve them of their misery and their liability. In exchange for me bringing my car once, 3 times a week, whatever it is that you agree to. And then not only that, I brought you a veg box. The guy who creates the veg box, that's what we've done here, this one. We went and took him a veg box and said, look, we normally spend 20 quid a week here on fuel. And we know that you go in that supermarket over there and spend 20 quid on crap. So we'd rather give you this, which we've created ourselves, in exchange for 20 quid of fuel. Oh, great, because if I'd have gone in there to the supermarket, it would have cost me 40 quid, 50 quid. All of that, and it was crap. Why didn't you bother doing this before? Well, I know the olive guy, and I know because nobody bothered to bring it together to organise it, and that is the only difference between you and a massive corporation, is that they got organised and we didn't.
It's more they got organised and made everybody else think that they couldn't get organised, so they had to depend on them, kind of thing.
Yeah, but if you want to believe that, everything is there for us to choose. We have the right to contract or not contract, and it's saying now at this level, they did this to us. They did this to us. We did it to ourselves. If you get your mind to the level where you are that we're all one thing, then we've done it to ourselves, haven't we? We're like cancer in our own bodies with our minds, and saying, oh, it's because of this, it's because of this, it's because of this. It's because we never bothered to determine things for ourselves, and it's that level that we're at. We are determining things for ourselves now, and we're doing it consciously. And yeah, okay, we might we might allow that golem in that goes, oh, yeah, are you really sure you could do this? Is it legal? Well, guys, is it legal? Legal's been working on all of us all our lives. We've believed it. If it's legal, there's nothing we can do about it. And really, that belief was our belief. And unless we went and tested it to see, was it true? Is this belief I have true? Then and only then will you be able to say honest yes or no. And that's why these things work, because they're tested and they're proven and they're stood on, and and therefore it exists. Why? Because we just uphold it. Whatever we uphold exists. And that's why the judge in that court, when he shouted there was no common law in this country anymore, although it was shocking, it was like a punch between the eyes of the rock, it was bang. I'm standing in a commercial court going on about the fact that you can't sell, a corporation can't be a trust. And I'm saying, you're the trustee. What kind of lunacy is that? So, we by getting yourself in that position where it just doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't matter what you have imagined for yourself as this prison, this scary. We're scared of yourselves. We're scared of ourselves. And so, and that's reflected now in coronavirus. We're scared of one another. We think we're a threat to each other. Well, you know, you're not a threat to me. You can't be a threat to me because I'm a minister of Emoven and I'm unalienable and I'm only a threat to myself. And so, yeah, you know, as a threat to ourselves, if we're still thinking, oh my God, I need to go and buy some GMO seeds to throw in my garden to feed myself and my family with, then stay in the frigging house, lock the door, put your mask on and put your laptop on and go on the website and do some more research. You know, it's because you're not ready to be let out yet. And only when you are ready to leave your self-imposed prison is when you go and step outside. So these are, yes, they might be like people sending me messages saying, are you all right? That's what I put. But sometimes we just need that kick in the ass and from ourselves. I mean, I do it to myself all the time. Like, you know, I catch myself going on a particular wave band, let's say, or a frequency. I can't, you know, stop taking yourself so seriously. And you know, the so what? So what if we are the ones that make matter? Are we gonna make the little things matter? Are we gonna make the, you know, bad juju matter? Are we gonna hang on about it until it's all, you know, infiltrated our minds to such a degree that we're all wearing a hijab? So my answer to that is obviously no, and you know, and that's why I want to, anybody who thinks that there is any ulterior motive that I've got, I sit and think, and I don't even know why I do this. I don't need to do this. But the only answer that I can come up with is there is nothing like it when you hear somebody's voice on the end of a phone who has gone through from being in such a terrible state to becoming Minister Emoven and realising whatever level it is that they've got their mind to, that's it. And that's why I do this. And so we're at that level now, and now it's the practicing. Okay, I'm not ready to go and knock on somebody's door yet. Okay, let's start to practice master manifestation. By preparation and planning. What is it that I want? What project is it that I'm envisaging? Give me the people, send me the people. These are the people that I need. Put it out there and write a receipt for it. That's what your kindness credit is. And so you can't, the next side of it obviously is where can I use these kindness credits? Anywhere that you've bothered to speak about kindness credits. You know, the shops would never be open here if I hadn't have gone, and even I couldn't even speak to these people. Can you imagine how frustrating that is? You can't. I've got all of this amazing things to share with them, and I can't communicate with them in any way that they can understand except show them. And that's I thought, you know, how I ended up in the middle of a country and I can't speak the language was because it doesn't require any language. It's the action that does the exemplification. It's the deed. I couldn't explain how kindness credits works to them. And instead I had to get 50 cents and a rock and coffee and a receipt book. And right there, one cafe, one Petra. And I was like, that was the most difficult part of it. How do I spell Petra? How do I spell rock in Greek? And they got it because they could see it. And so we can't, you know, it's people think that they can only believe it to see it. And it's that the real fraud is. You have to believe it first to see it. Like the boson Higgs particle. They had to believe it existed before it manifests. Because if you don't believe something, you're never going to practice it. So you're never going to create it. So you're never going to see it. And here we are with these indoctrinated minds saying, "Have to see it to believe it." You go and prove to yourself that what you've been seeing is only there because you believed it. And if you stop believing that like, oh, if I do this and that, then that's what's going to happen, because you believe in the legal system. So that's where it's got your manifestation at, to create exactly what it is that you believe. And it's those undisclosed terms and conditions that have been trapped and kept away from you, that you actually create what it is that you believe. Imagine if we kept that as a baseline for speaking to children. You are what you believe you are. You create your own reality from what you believe. And then look at what has happened, that the people who've kept that information have been allowed and given consent to indoctrinate those amazing minds with horrific subliminal messages and cartoons, and you know, completely condition them, because we just couldn't be asked to take responsibility of what our children were being exposed to, and handing away our responsibility because we didn't know what it was. So it's not what they've done to us, it's the fact that we haven't acknowledged our responsibility. And I don't just mean whether the water's clean or not. I'm talking about the responsibility of the manifestation of the thoughts that we have. And if we are docking our menti when we write them down, then it's time to undock our menti and from that definition of that holy sea that they refer to. That's the big blue. You are the asset manager of your own big blue, your own etheric layer. And now you getting to grasp that. It looks like that in 2D paper form. It looks like little boxes on a screen inside the Securities Exchange Commission with numbers next to it. It looks like a matrix. It looks like a bank account. But what it represents is our indoctrinated mind. That's what's being recorded. And so, you know, if we're going to record anything, let's at least record something that when we read it back, it's not like some terrible horror show that, you know, the lead role was played by a load of sheep, for example. You know. And so write in your own scripts. This is what you're doing. You're right. The kindness credit claim form is your prescription to you prescribing what it is that you want to have and create from and support yourself with. And it's very, now if you look at it and put it back on one piece of paper, does it not look like a bill that you get from the bank, from the council tax, or from the electricity company? Is it? And so it's supposed to help the people see that if anybody can do this with pieces of paper, then you just did it too. You just sat down and you recorded all of your, you became accountable for yourself, your own decision making, and your own conversion of your own currency that you're then going to go and introduce into your community. And then when you won't be asking, where can I use these kindness credits? Because there'd be a farm shop there with kindness credits over the door. Everywhere would be open again. But everybody's produce is going to be natural. Everybody's definition of healthcare is going to be, you know, natural remedies. And you've got all of these people. It's not about building a new community. You're all there. You are all a community. You're already the community. It's just crediting our amazing creational potential to a legal fiction system. That's all. And so it's the only people that are stopping us from being what we came to be is us. It's not, and when you, that's the responsibility that we're talking about, along with the responsibility of, you know, defining my thoughts so that I'm fully conscious of, you know, I expect to see a farm with 1,000 acres with carrots growing in it. When do the carrots pop up in England? Andrew.
August.
August. So, and even that, you know, like we were talking about, even if nobody wants to buy your carrots, you can create a soup company that way. That's what we've done here with the things that, you know, we haven't, people that, you know, we're still growing. They were growing for a very long time down there. We were amazed at these tomatoes. And they kept trying and trying and trying once we'd opened them up. And so we made soup. Most amazing soup. Gave that out instead. Oh, okay, well, thanks. We'll have one of them full of soup. Tomato sauce. So, you know, we learn not to waste anything. We're talking about the rubbish going in the bins here. And, you know, all of the, what they used to be like in Icaria, and some of the old houses that are still here in Adelphi, you know, you go in and everything's there. There's the what, the clay oven for the bread and the cooking, and they've got the racks for drying the herbs. Then they've got the fireplace there. They've got the wood laid out. They've got a piece of glass in front of it in this particular house that we're talking about yesterday. And it's been properly thought out. Whereas we're just like, oh yeah, I'm all right. I can sit in my cell and wait for Tesco to come and bring me my shit, and slowly die all alone and wondering what the hell was this about. But unbeknown to you, you've clocked up, gone, I don't know how many hundreds of millions on the stock exchange just through you being. And so, you know, it's getting rid of those limiting beliefs about licenses and things like that. They're proving to you, these corporations that would normally say to you, you need a license, you need insurance. Okay, I'll have one of them when you've got one. And you can't ever get one because I'm your secured party creditor and I've not given you one. What is the license? The assignment of consent. Without that, without me granting my assignment of consent to you to say, I'll be your Vatican debt slave, then you can't ever, that's the license. That is the sense to lie. And we don't use that. Have you not got a warrant? Have you not got a Minister Emoven warranty card? I noticed that your number plates are incorrect. Here's a ticket. These are the things that you want to be going and demonstrating in your community. You know, there's a group of people going around giving the tickets to the police because their number plates are wrong. And suddenly everybody will be like, oh shit, do we need new number plates? Where do we go to get these number plates? Can you imagine the ripple of the explosion that you would create in your community if you sent, you know, the number plate amnesty? For all of you who've got DVLA number plates on after the 28th of February, you'll be fined. If you haven't got ULCT plates with your exemplification roll on there, then you'll be considered to be trespassing on the secured party creditors' highways and byways, and that you are openly demonstrating that you are a supporter of your own slavery system. Incapacitated legal minor, you shouldn't be on the road. Do we really have to do that to people before we can get them to a position where they can suddenly see, actually, those number plates imply that I consent to paedophiles running my country, to them trespassing on my rights, so I can't turn around and say I don't support paedophiles or I don't support this system or bankers or any of that when I've got some of their number plates, or I'm carrying one of their employment cards with my national insurance number or my driving license or a passport. I can't say that I don't support these terrorists while I exemplify their number plate, while I nod and give my consent to them so I can go about my business, because I can't be bothered to stand and say, actually, you're a bunch of paedophiles and I will not join or support you. And even by your own shitty standards of the Down to Terrorism Act, if I was to pay you, as I don't know who you are and I haven't got a contract, I would be incriminating myself even at that point, which is why I'm not giving you what it is that you need in order for you to exist. What's that? My consent that you do. And without it, that's it. And they know that. And so the restoration of rights now, we're dealing with the symptoms instead of the causes. And I know a lot of people have been practicing these at their own personal levels. People going and using the documents to get their families out of hospitals, out of mental health institutes, rather the pharmacy shop, let's call it what it is, the experimental stations. And it's all very well when you do it for one, but you are Minister Emoven and you've got an obligation to uphold the universal law. You can't leave the other people in there. And okay, it's a big ask for one person to stand in the middle of there and exemplify the status of secured party creditor. And also the threat of, well, you're a crackpot too, get him in a straitjacket and put him in here. And we've got another customer. So go to the cause. Bioethics deals with the cause. You are ministers of bioethics law. And for anybody who's interested in this, I've got bioethics, which is beautifully defined. What it actually does, for me, it doesn't define what bioethics is, because it can't, because it's part of universal law, it's indefinable, but it defines the way that it has been corrupted by implying that it's bioethics, biomedical, Medici, the Medici family is, and medicine, the word medicine and pharmaca, they all mean occult spells and practices. Pharmaca in Greek is witchcraft. Now, when you start to peel back the layers of this and you see this terrorist cell as what it actually is, you need to also be aware that it's exactly the same thing that we did with HM government and Hellenic Republic, we also did with AstraZeneca and Pfizer. You are the secured party creditors of those corporations. And you are not doing your job, which is to ensure that the collateral which was claimed by those corporations remains secured. Now, what does that look like in practical terms? It looks like quarantining the whole lot, because the only threat, let's use their logic and their definitions back at them. There is a threat of coronavirus, so they say, and they've got the whole country and all the world believing it. So where is that threat coming from? Its head office is the Biomedical Research Centre in Cambridge. Why? Because it is the one that is creating, supposedly, and the Pfizer and the GlaxoSmithKline, of course, as well, manufacturing and labs, are the places where they have created these viruses, or where they've created, in abbreviated commas, the antidote, the vaccine. Now, if you've got a vaccine, then the whole idea is that obviously with vaccines, that this is what they tell you, that you're supposed to be injected with a little bit of the virus so that your immune system works and fights it, so that you don't have a full-blown infection. Now, these words don't make any sense to me whatsoever, because a virus and an infection, we've been taught that these are two different things. You go to the doctor and say, right, give me something, I need antibiotics. Oh no, you've got a virus, not an infection. But I actually have to be infected with a virus in order for me to have it. So they have to have the virus there, don't they? Now, they're openly implying that they've got the virus, because they have to have the virus to make an infection, to make a vaccine, don't they? And because they've come out and said that we've managed to create a virus, then you must have isolated it. So where is this virus? Where is this coronavirus? Where is it most likely to be? Now let's step into stock exchange and probabilities and hedging our bets. If I was Sherlock Holmes, then I would be going to look for the coronavirus in the Biomedical Research Centre, because the chances are I'd find some clue as to where it came from or what it was, or would I even bother? No, I wouldn't, because I'm secured party creditor and I'm the Minister of Emoven, and I would be securing those units under the heading of quarantine. And I would quarantine the whole lot and secure it in the straitjacket that the HM government's been put upon it as a secured party filing. And you do it in the same way, and you do it under the law. You are obliged under the law to prevent a crime from being enacted. So therefore, you are aware that there is a potential harm. There is, and not just potential harm, there is harm being inflicted on people who don't know any better. And okay, we step into, they've got the choice. First of all, the word choice comes from consideration. Have these people been given full disclosure in order for them to be able to consider and therefore accept anything? No, they haven't. And there's definitely not a mutual benefit. So there's never been a meeting of the minds at that level either. So everything has been done under undisclosed terms and conditions. So it isn't even valid in the legal system. The problem that they've got is that they are now operating without a license from an address that has been used as a debt equity swap, and the secured party creditors want to know who it is, who's in there exercising a right of use void a valid warrant or license or a granting or release or a contract with the secured party creditors. So, okay, looks like swapping pieces of paper in paper fiction, but there has to be a deed done. I didn't get to be able to prove to myself that everything that I'd been talking about was true without putting it into practice. And it is, you know, don't get me wrong, you're facing the biggest monster of your mind now. This is your strong man. Your strong man is this monster, this non-entity that has been projecting itself on you to make you believe that this is true and that you're an insignificant little speck. And that was what was causing you to be an unsecured creditor of this slavery system. And so when you pull yourself to that level and look yourself in the eye and say, I am not going to commit fraud upon my soul. I do not believe that you have any authority over me. I don't even believe you exist. I know that you're an apparition of my own frazzled mind, and I'm evicting you out of my mind. And so you write the document. What agents of the legal fictions who are trespassing upon the secured parties' rights and collateral that has been used already in a debt equity swap, and you haven't paid your dues, you haven't settled your debt, you're breaking the law, and I'm obliged under the law to prevent you from continuing to commit any further acts of crime. And see what happens. See and feel the universe, the law step up into you, through you. And all I can tell you is that you never want anything ever again. There is nothing like it. It's, you know, above and beyond all experiences of energy that I've ever experienced in any way, shape or form, in this human form, in this thing form, this indefinable form that people would call human. that is what you're doing. You're facing down that hue of a man, of the synthetic version of yourself, and it looks like a little hot spot or a very big hot spot where it's being where that belief is being transmitted from. So like our little shop in Ikaria was referred to as this beacon of light, of kindness being emanated into the world. That is the exact equivalent in its practical forms. You couldn't see inside the Securities Exchange Commission. You could just see the buildings and the cities that they created from that hypothetical virtual reality estate that was going on in there. But now, you can't deny, you know the location, you know the people who are doing it, you know what your rights are, and you know what your obligations of performance are, not to them, but to yourself. And, whether it's the Border Control or the Ministry of Fisheries or, the wool exchange, that they are only exist because you believe in them. And so by evicting these, you give them a notice, just like if you don't pay for your house, have you been evicted out of your house or threatened with eviction? Isn't that why you pay your mortgage, your right of use to be there every month? And because you know that somebody can come along with a piece of paper and kick you out, can't they? Who are those people that can come or send somebody to kick you out of your house in your mind? Anybody?
The banks, the creditors.
Because they are implying that they are their secured party creditors.
But they're not, because we know that we are.
Not, exactly, they're not. But you've gone, oh, the bank will come and kick me out of the house if I don't pay them. You've believed that all your lives. So they are the secured party creditors in your mind. Who are the secured party creditors in our minds? Us. Have any of you ever been asked, first of all, are you all right with Pfizer and AstraZeneca creating chemicals to kill people with in your country?
Nope, nobody's asked me, so I see your point.
In a way, they did ask you, but they didn't come directly out and say, "Look, we want to we're gonna set up camp over there in Cambridge, and we're gonna use all of your resources." And
they used tacit consent, didn't they?
Pardon?
They used tacit consent, didn't they? Because we didn't speak up, that was our consent.
Well, yes, exactly. But also, we consented to it by voting for the corporation for which slave master we were going to have using a legal fiction when we went to the polls. We're actually assigning our consent using the legal fiction. Whatever comes after that doesn't count because you just gave your consent to a legal fiction and said, I'm an incapacitated legal minor. My consent doesn't count. Do whatever the hell you like. I don't know what's going on. So
yeah, and I've noticed that what they do is they have this nice little system where you can petition the government, and a petition's just asking permission to ask a question, is it not? You know, like if you well, you're in Greece. In the UK, they have like a petition the government. Like on the UK government site, you can petition the government, and if you get 100,000 people to back your petition, you can ask the government a question. It's like, why do I need 100,000 people to ask permission to ask my government a question?
Because that 100,000 people all saying the same thing with the consent of the Vatican debt slave name gives them authority. That's why. They've got 100,000 people to, again, it's the same. I am from England. I don't know if you know that, Chris. I think I'm from England. And so I'm fully aware of the fraud that they've been committing, and it's for the authority. They're getting you to reconfirm that you are the Vatican debt slave, that you are an incapacitated legal minor, and you need 100,000 voices of the incapacitated legal miners so that we can hear you. And what you're actually doing is you're granting authority to them and saying, you make our decisions, right? And we want you to make a decision about this because we can't get our shit together. So make our decision for ourselves is really what you're saying when you do those petitions. So, you know, I'm aware of them, but I would never imagine actually committing such a terrible deed of asking those lunatics to even pretend to hear me. Never mind, you know, you're operating legal fiction. And
but
when you
this
make
is the thing. That's the mechanism that the government have kept in place to keep people ignorant and not asking the right questions. Or if you have a problem with how the country's run, send a petition to government. It's like, okay, well, no, I want you to hear me right now. I have a problem right now. Oh, but put it in writing and send it to us. It's like, no, I want this changed now. Please change it now, kind of thing.
Well, if you came to me for that, I'd say change it yourself. What are you coming to me for? Why haven't you got off your ass, I'd say, and organised your own version of your own reality is what I would say.
They've goaded everybody into thinking that they're the only ones that can supply this. So everybody's like, oh, well, I have to go to them. It's like, well, no, you don't. If you have, like, I've always gotten, like, I'm mechanically minded. I can fix cars, I can do electrical work, I can do this, but I'm not a certified electrician or a certified mechanic. But I can fix old school cars, I can fix no bother. The new ones, not so much because it's all electronics and whatnot, but old school mechanical stuff I can fix. And I'm not a qualified mechanic, but I can fix cars better than most mechanics out there. Not to tug my own curtails or anything, but this is what I do. Like, you need a certificate to be able to fix this car. Why do I need a certificate to be able to fix a car that I know I can fix? Oh, because the man said so. Well, who's the man?
Yeah, it's not that you need a certificate, is it? It's so that I'm the government and I want a piece of your pie. So you've got a really great talent, and you can't go and share that great talent until you get certified by me. Who the hell are you and who the hell is the next person to come to the lunatic asylum and say, can you just give me a piece of paper that says that this person's been certified by you, psychotics? I'm coming to the psychos and saying, hey, psychos, give me a list of all of the people that you've certified. I mean, look at that. Pimlico Plumbers is an absolute pinnacle of showcase of that. You know, they've got all of that employment, all of that staff on board, all of these people working for them. And he got an OBE. And he's turned around, what did he get an OBE for? Because they already decided that they were going to vaccinate all of those people and make it a condition of their contract. If I need to be certified by the lunatics, I don't want your piece of paper. I've got a diploma in molecular science. And it means that I know loads about BS. That's what that means. So if your work, your deed exemplifies you, and there's people on here saying, what's your background, where have you learned all of this? It's what you actually do now. And Paula had jumped in and said, does it really matter? You know, we're right now doing these things. You want certification, you want validation. No, I want to see, can you do it? I want to be able to come and see, you fix cars, right? Okay, here's my car. If you haven't fixed my car, I'm going to bring it back to you, aren't I?
Exactly.
Do I need somebody to tell me? And I use this analogy with this guy, and he needed to go onto websites and be told what fridge or TV to buy. And he'd sit there for hours and hours, and in the end, I mean, he stood up because he couldn't even make a decision about for himself. You know, I was just looking at him and like, okay, well, you know, what happens if you can't find a website that somebody's got an opinion on the thing that you need somebody to tell you what to think about, one product or another? Or
you get opinion through experience. Like, if you buy, like, say, one brand of fridge and it breaks, And you go, right, okay, that broken, and then you see what's broken on it. If it's something that's like, if you see like product things saying that, oh, this breaks every so often in this one, and you say, well, I'm not going to buy that again. Then I'll buy a different one.
Well, maybe they didn't use it right.
Well, that, yeah. But some of the things that they make nowadays are actually made with the like a life expectancy built into them. There's actually, I heard somebody, I think it was a couple of years ago, you know, when they first came out with the new washing machines that were all digital readouts and all that.
Yeah.
I heard that they had a program within the chipset that made it, after the 2-year warranty, it would totally just give up. A program would just nuke the
It's called
system.
planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
What's it
And,
called?
Planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
they're designed to malfunction after a particular length of time, so they're not made to be as durable as they could be.
That's like religion, and also like this system. It's planned obsoleteness. It's obsolete, and so you know, we've got a fridge in this house here, and you can see it's like, well, I don't know, 1960s, still going.
that's because things used to be built to last. Like anything that's I would say anything pre-2000s built to last. But most of this newer stuff you get now is just crap.
So,
Cheap
you
crap.
know, we've got lots of people who can fix that, and they want to set the bar. People want. I was talking yesterday to an amazing being about. He's got all these ideas. He's made circuits and talking to me about over Unity devices and things. And putting you all together, you know, the universe hasn't brought us all together by accident, you know. And you know, I look at the people around me, and I know that for a fact, you know, that they've all been sent for. We've all got an agreement already in place. I believe that, you know,
a life's contract.
just that we were going to come and learn and teach each other whatever it is that we were going to come and learn and teach each other.
Yeah,
Create the experiences that we decided that we wanted to make. You know, so it's together. And so that's the really exciting bit. It's like we don't need to be fearful of the unknown, because we've got unknown. We haven't known anything really. We know a lot about the things that we don't know anything about. So by just going, right, okay, do I need to know how a tomato grows? No, I just need to relish the idea that it does. I don't, what right have I got to come into this thing and take it apart and then say, no, it's not right in its beautiful form of this, you know, how the hell is it that it exists in the first place? And now I'm going to disseminate it and take it apart, and then I'm going to synthesize it, and I'm going to say, look, I'm now the creator of this Franken food, for example, or this genetically modified being, and your DNA is now my copyright because you've got a bit of something that I put in you, which I think we talked about this the other night, about just going across to this, back to the coronavirus thing. Securing that as an exemplification, and that is how you're going to get the public's awareness to the degree. You know, we had to go and do what we did in the courts and in the prisons and all of that to get the awareness, so that the people, everybody knows about the Kokinoha tea. They don't, whatever it, they know of it. They don't know what it actually does, you know, in the degree that maybe you guys do now, because I can't communicate it in the same way. So securing that place there is exemplifying first that you are prepared to practice what secured party credits looks like, and then going and doing exactly the same thing they've been doing to you. You've got a debt, you haven't paid your tax, you haven't paid your license, And who to the secure party creditors, the property that you occupy in has already been used as a debt equity swap, and we haven't renewed your license. So you've got 28 days to get out. But the problem is that we all suspect you now of being a potential threat to the community. So you're staying in here. And so we're quarantining you. What have you got? Private prison. Got your own private prison. And you've done it under the coronavirus. You know, Bill Gates will love you because he can go, hey, I can milk my pot some more, because the whole bloody Pfizer, the whole biomedical research centre now, but what a loss it is, because nothing can come in or out. That's what they've shown you how to do it. By their standards, it's a threat and nothing can come in or out. They've done this in our county here. We can't even get any post in or out, because nobody, we are the coronavirus, and they don't want us escaping, so they've isolated it. They've isolated the coronavirus now in a reflection to the rest of the country. But it's too late, because too many people know too many things about what their rights look like and about what's going on. Now here, it's being withheld through somebody that I shared it with, who has got access to the ears of 1.3 million people. They've come back to me to try to, after screaming at me to shut up and stop telling everybody about the truth, which is why I reserve my rights then to anybody who wants to stop the truth being told. For me, whether they know it or not, you're an agent of the administrative system. And they said, oh, it's for strategy reasons and all of this. Okay, well, then they've come back now and said, we need to talk about strategy. Well, the strategy is you tell the truth to everybody and you let them decide what they want to do. You've got no right whatsoever to keep this from people. And so by you going and actually exemplifying this in your community, and let the police come, you secure party creditors to them, let them try to say the thing that you did isn't legal, because they are the very thing that makes them legal is what you did. And so if a secured party creditor can send his private army or People's Protection Patrol or private police force or private court with a private piece of paper with a private stamp on it, then you can do it too, can't you? All of you. And there's many, many more of you than there is of them. And so securing that means that those hospitals are no longer a threat. So we can take our time about going and making sure that these people get looked after properly. We're not under such pressure, if you like, to do this. We've got to go in there and restore every single hospital. That's dealing with the symptoms. That is what we've been trained to do. Fanning around with the symptoms, no. Put the symptoms to one side and go straight to the heart of the matter, the cause of it. What is the cause of it? A bunch of bloody terrorists who are now using the coronavirus pot to launder people's minds through. Okay, well, we'll take that. We'll quarantine that mindset. And because the coronavirus hasn't got a company or corporation, it's got a logo though, which is quite funny. So we've put a circle with a big cross through it for that. That is secured. I've done a video where I've caught the coronavirus in a bush with a net. And, if people need to see that, to start to think, bloody hell, what am I actually doing? I'm walking around, I've got no symptoms, and I'm now going to go and get myself tested for symptoms that I haven't even got. What are you doing? If the creation of that petrochemical kosh is not accepted in our communities, because we do not accept the definition of medicine, because we've got our own set of definitions which come under bioethical, and there is nothing ethical about you creating what you're creating here, you are a public hazard and secure it, then those chemicals aren't getting to the hospitals, are they? And it's cutting it, whether you're you're exchanging that for that, and and then we've got these nurses and doctors even, and people who have gone, we don't, what do we do? We don't want, first of all, we don't want, it's very, very, I mean, it's shocking, we don't want the injection. Oh, but you've been paying your mortgage for the last 25 years by injecting people with stuff that you don't want some. Now you don't want the same medicine. And it really is that. We're serving a sentence of rehabilitation, I believe, when you look around, for the debt that we've been creating through our unconsciousness. And that's the sentence. And now it's, do we want a taste of our own medicine in this form? Are we going to accept it? Or is it enough to put our backs against the walls and get up and say, we're not doing it. I'm not doing this to myself anymore. Whatever it is, if my only option is going to Tesco's, then I'll starve. I'll go and get in my car and I'll go and drive up the mountain and I'll go and pick some veg. Or I'll go and look for some mushrooms. And until the convenience is so inconvenient that I'm coming at you with a vaccine to stick in your ass to control you for the rest of your infinite energy life cycle, then what level do we get off our asses and do something if it's not now? And hopefully filling out these kind of credit claim forms, it helps you assimilate this information into a way that makes the picture look much clearer for the manifestation of what it is that you want to see. I'm written one. Well, you saw it. I put it on Facebook. So I know that we've got the people to do this all around us, and they're just waiting for somebody to say, right, I'm going to do this. Like we did the other week. One guy just said, right, I'm going to Princess Alexandra Hospital. I'm going to get my dad out. They're ringing me up screaming, who are you? Well, who are you? You've come and stuck a notice on our building. Oh, you've got a building. Well, it's not on my property. Oh, you've got some property. We don't normally do that. We normally, it's only buildings that have been secured, really. Can you tell me where it is? No, I'm not telling you where it is. Okay, can you tell me who you are? Yeah, we're secure party creditors if that building was once presumed to belong to HM government. I'm going to send this to my legal department. Okay, so we found out later on it was Princess Alexandra Hospital. Because people are just picking this up and going with it. They're not waiting for somebody else to do it. And that is Minister Emoven. I didn't have somebody to ring up and say, what do we do next? I was just at that point, sitting in the cell going, bloody hell, I'm wrong about all this. It doesn't work. And I could feel my doubt coming, crashing in. You bloody idiot. And I just stopped myself. No, I recognize that projection of my ego, of the administrative system and its mighty power manifested in my mind. And I've been here before. I've done all this before. And I know that I'm now at my crossroads again to say, is it going to go this way, back into the administrative system and back in the mind of all of that chaos that completely suppresses you and leads you down that rabbit hole of trying to destroy yourself and your amazing capabilities with alcohol or whatever it is that you choose to suppress yourself with, because like you just said at the beginning, Chris, you know something's not right. And not only now do we know, and this is why it's so important now at this level that we get our minds into this position. We now, when you didn't know and you were doing it, that's one thing. When we now know that we're doing it and we're continuing to do it, that's quite another. we are consciously creating negativity. And so the ledger book, let's say the debt for that is far greater than when we didn't know. And you feel it. You know, I've talked to people about it, and since I've got involved with this, I've said, you know, they get to the point and they're like going to the Tesco's thing, for example, and I just can't think how to do it, and I feel really bad about going, but your love of convenience still outweighs the love of what's right, of your sincerity, of who you really are and what you say you are. It's still in not in resonance, let's say. It's in resistance. So you're still operating in that let's call it a universal energetic cycle circuit of resistant energy. Resonate to it, go, okay, I recognize it's only me that's creating that fear in my head that is making me think this, and that's why it's suddenly looking worse than it was before. Okay, stop that thought and pick another one. And I've talked about that. I've found just these little tips to stop thinking. I've got a sign in my head, and I come running down through this cave in my mind and jump on this sign, and it says stop thinking. And I swing on it until the only thing I can think about is me swinging on this sign. And the minute that I think about swinging on that sign, I'm launched into a different place, is all I can say. I'm not gonna try and define that place because it's possible. I haven't got the words for it. But you know, amazing things then, you know, when you wake up in the morning from there, or whenever you do it, you see it all around you, what it is that you put into that place where you just stopped thinking, and something else can happen instead. It was quite daunting, obviously, but when you launch yourself off into there, I'll tell you, it was. I'll try and describe it to you. The first time that it happened, it was, you know, like the lines on an LP. Remember the LPs? And I used to be fascinated with those as a child. And it's like, how the hell can a little piece of metal and make these sounds come out? Where is the sound? You know. And I was looking at them, and, you know, obviously broke a few to see what was inside. And it was like that, and I went through all of me. It was like I went into one dimension, like an LP, and all of that I was these vibrations of these different frequencies. And as I went down to like eye level to become this LP at eye level, I heard a voice at the bottom of my bed say, "Hello!" And I jumped out of bed, like, I was like, and the dog's like looking at me and just saying, and it was so vivid. And I believe what that is the etheric layer. I don't know. I don't want to try to put a man-made definition on it because I'll only spoil it if I did. But it was as if where the voice came from on like this huge universal size kind of LP going round, and it came from if I'm at the north, it was east, south, southeast, and it was so vivid that I thought it was in my room. Now, some people might say, right, you know, she's smoking weed or she's drunk or whatever. It was, you know, many things have happened in that place. I don't know where it is, but it comes when I stop thinking. And so if we can practice that as a collective, just stop thinking, and then the universe can get a look in, can't it? If it is true that we've been bombarded with and projected with house and white noise and being a signal, like an interference attached to us, that we are vibrating to, or picking up as a signal, let's say, that even blocks our frontal lobe from communicating with our heart. Like we move into gamma, and we did some gamma of a couple of webinars before. And if you can, if there is that, then shut it down. You know, people are talking about hearing vibrations in their ears and things. And okay, stop thinking. You know, I don't know about stop feeling. I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that. Stop feeling yet, but you are. It's like becoming your energy and matter. Sorry, it's you becoming aware of your energy in movement without the matter. The things that occupy your mind. Don't let that matter. And take what you want to create into that. I want to see people living in communities using hemp as their standard product and cannabis to heal themselves with, and their animals, and water-driven generating devices and cob cottages. That's what I've got in my mind.
I think the main reason that they made most of these natural things, like most of them illegal, like cannabis and other plants that come from, like drugs that come from plants like that, you know, recreational drugs, like, you know, like mushrooms and whatnot. It's because of the healing factors, because mushrooms used in the right way can heal depression, and it can help people with PTSD and whatnot if they're used in the right kind of dosage. But they've made it out through life that they're bad, they're drugs, you don't take them. You take one, it's a slippery slope. You take one puff of a joint, you're hooked for life. It's the fear. They're scared of natural stuff, so they put everybody else into the fear of it.
Because they can't control it. It's that if you read anybody interested in that, it explains about the Medici family and how they, you know, they killed the wise women and anybody who was considered, you know, like the Druids and things, because they. Because they can't patent nature, exactly. So they had to synthesize it and keep us away from it, and like you said, make us fearful of it. But the synthetic version, I mean, I laughed, you know, when they said, "Oh, you're an international drug dealer and a weapons importer," and I laughed, and I just said, "Look, you know, you've got the biggest drug dealers at that shop and that shop and that shop and that shop, all peddling their wares that are far more dangerous than anything like cannabis. And you bastardized cannabis, and the cannabis that they stole was actually for oil for a woman that had been using it, and she'd been sent home with a bag of morphine and said there's nothing else we can do, and they expected her to last about 3 to 6 months. And 2.5 years later, she's still alive. They stole that cannabis and they stole that woman's life. She died 6 months later. And that's why I went hell for leather with them, because it's not about cannabis. I charged them with murder in the third degree. And that's why they came at me in such a way. And because obviously about the shops and all of that, and they couldn't, you know, can't let this out. But what I'm saying is that I wouldn't have had the evidence that if I say this instead of that, what happens? If I do this instead of that, what happens? If I go, you know, and carve my own path through this, what happens? Wow, what happens is something amazing. And that's all, you know, it is, whether it's bravery, whether it's out of need, whether it's because it's got, you know, just can't accept it anymore, or whether you just need to prove what is to yourself. And it turns out you're not actually, this is the twist of it, it's not, you're not actually proving what is, you're proving to yourself the thing you thought is actually isn't, without you thinking that it is. If you don't believe that this can happen, it doesn't. And I call it universal law. that when you put your trust in that and you uphold that no matter what, the power that comes through you. I threw 2 policemen in the air. I stood there and they've got my hands and they're trying to get my peeling my fingers to get my fingerprints, and I just shouted, by the power vested in me through universal law, I shall not commit fraud upon my soul. And through them, I just opened my arms out, and one hit the window and the wall, and one hit the door. And they looked at me, and I looked at them, as if to say, where did that come from? And I just went back down into like a rugby squat thing with my hands behind my back. And I said, come on then. And at that, the chief of police came flying in, shouting, no, we know who she is. Stop. I don't know, yeah. Then he called me Maria, so I left. But, you know, the little policeman came in and he apologized. And he was like, I'm sorry. I said, it doesn't matter. You're just doing what you think is your job. And I'm just here doing my job. And my job is to teach you that the job that you've been doing is criminal. That's all. And so, you know, loads and loads of experiences with this, only because I had to show these people here because I couldn't speak it to them. And now we've got the other way around. I can speak to all of you, but it's not getting done because we all want to talk a bit more, understand a bit more. The people here who come in my house when we do the Zoom rooms and they have a little meeting and stuff, well, they bring me tea and what have you, and they're very kind. And he came in and I was sat there the other night and he just said, tell him, open shop. That's it. Open shop. And because that is, if you want to know what it is that we did, we opened shop. And in a place where you can't open shop unless you've got all of this. And then, okay, you can't open shop because it's coronavirus. Oh, yes, you can. We prove that too. So the answer to the question about where is my community is wherever you open shop and, you know, and put your little sign out. Kindness Credits Coffee Morning. Come and get rid of your debt. You know, we had fry the fraud fritters and things like that on the menu. Like, fry the fraud fritters. Come in, have a fritter, and let's talk about the fraud of the birth certificate. Wow, how come I sitting here? And the like-minded people come. Those that, you know, they don't want to talk about anything because they've said, oh, it's political. Well, they've made your life political, and you don't want to talk about your life. Oh, I can't talk about that. It's politics. Everything's political. Even the Baron Rutledge told me that. Well, his secretary did when I called him and said, is Article 61 going to be upheld by Magna Carta? By the barons. And he said, Madam, I could not confirm or deny whether the barons would uphold any invocation of Article 61, or words to that effect. It would be political suicide. Thank you very much. You've told me all I need to know. And, you know, you're a fraud. And I'm being fraud, running around saying, I'm the Sheriff of Dorset. You know, so you know, we all do crazy things in order for us to find out what works. I'm going to try this. And if it don't work that way, am I going to just give up and go, oh, that's it, and it don't work, I'm going home. I'm going to sit in my house and I'm going to drink myself to death. And no, they'd like you to do that. They'd like you to sit in your house and call you £15 delivery. I can't believe somebody actually posted that in the Facebook group. I have 15 quid's worth of booze delivered to your house. You know, if you want to lower your vibration, and I've had a lot of practice at that, so know what I'm talking about, go and drink a load of alcohol. It's not called that for nothing in spirits. And you know, that's the for me, you just give up on every single one of yourselves. One tiny bit of alcohol is, you know, so destructive. That it should be these things that are that are Class A drugs. These things that need to be, if anything, needs to be regulated. Look at the amount of lives that have been destroyed through all of these things that are very conveniently available to us while they're healing. You know, they call it recreational drugs. It's not. It's the real definition of medicine. Herbs, you know, all of that. And that's why they're trying to kill it with Roundup, so it can't have it. And abolish it, you know, and make it illegal. Well, the legal system's not lawful, so I don't put 1 ounce of validity or authority to anybody purporting themselves to be representative of the legal system. You're a fraud just for even speaking of it. Okay, common law. We've got your head out of the realms where you know the difference between corporations and the law, but even at that point, it's still talking contracts, still talking Magna Carta. So if I can give you your rights and write them down on a piece of paper, then I'm committing fraud. So anybody, and we've done this in the police stations, you know, come and said, here's a piece of paper, try to give you a piece of paper. What? I'm not taking anything off you. What's that? And these are your rights. And I just laughed. I was just like, are you serious? You really think you can write my rights on a piece of paper and then give them to me? I'm insane. They're written in me. My rights, I don't even know what my rights are yet because I haven't even exercised them because of my limiting beliefs. But that's what I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out really once and for all. And if I'm wrong, then the universe will stop me, won't it? And you know, I'm in the position where I'm determining myself enough to know that with the forward foresight that is required. This is why vicarious liability works so well on them, because if you they turn around and say, oh, well, we didn't know that stopping those people's pensions or benefits, they were going to die. Well, if you haven't got the ability to, with that foresight, to see that those actions and the decisions that you made created those actions or deeds that created the outcome state, then you shouldn't be sitting there, should you? You, by saying that you couldn't foresee it, means that you should not be sitting there, because either you are incapacitated and you're not fit for purpose, or you are intentionally making those decisions because that was your outcome desired state, to murder those people or make them homeless or remove them of their rights. Either way, you're out. But what happens then? I mean, I've seen some of the common law guys, and I've been with them obviously as well myself, and we've been what we did in the court when the judge ran away. I said, right, okay, well, we're taking the court and we're going to go and get the judge. The policeman goes, go and arrest the judge, bring him back in, put him in the dock, and we'll hold our own court. And at that point, there was, I think, about 20, 30 people who you would have considered, I mean, we're going back to 2015, who I would have considered, you know, the common law, they get the common law, and they all bricked it. No, the police left. They had to bring these like PCOs in, and they'd got all the white police outside workers, and the PCOs came in and they were like, "Yo, we're going to get into trouble if you don't do it." I said, "Nobody's going. You're going to get into trouble. I'm going to arrest you if you don't leave now." But without at that point there, if you haven't got your community's minds at that level, they'll all fall down there. What do we do next? Okay, well, this is what you do. No, we can't do that. Why can't you do that? Because you don't believe you can do that. Okay, now, let's keep it simple then. Because what they've done to us over there is they've given us this pile of shit called common law. And so that we still think that the police have got, or the court have got some kind of fiduciary responsibility, some obligation. It's a trust, they're a trustee. I expect better from them. I can go in there and I can demand that they do this, 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 and this. No, they can't. You cannot do that because they are a corporation. Get that bit first. They're a corporation. treat them like a corporation. What do corporations do? Hostile takeovers all the time. It's a hostile takeover, but it's not a hostile takeover because the creditors were you. You used to credit HM government, didn't you? And you have retired from crediting that corporation. You have peacefully surrendered your share of the collateral to the secured party creditor. Who is that? You. Now, all you have to do is create your own alternative to the police, for example. You've got your People's Protection Patrol. You've got hundreds of thousands of ministers and events under warrant from universal law, upholding universal law in your community. Isn't that what you all put on your claim forms before you went to sleep every night in your desperate states, saying, we need something else, where can I go? I can't go to that court, I can't put them in the court, I can't prosecute them. No, because we were trying to prosecute them under common law, and you were supposed to be in a commercial system. You were supposed to be doing to them what they've done to you, and they didn't use common law, they used UCC code. So you had to use UCC code back at them, and then once that's made obsolete and one charge against another charge creates the zero again, all debts are settled. Now we can talk about what it is that we really wanted to see. You all wanted, like I wanted, a place of remedy. You wanted, like I wanted, a place where we had a right to support our family and our community freely. That's what we've got. Now, all of that energy that you were crediting that system before is what you're bringing. So don't think, oh, I can't do what it was I was doing before. I was an accountant. Be an accountant, but be a scribe instead, for that, helping somebody in the background with creating a ledger book for them, because they're like, I mean, I talk to people here and they're like, oh, please don't talk to me about banking business. I just want to grow food. Okay, you go grow the food and I'll deal with all of that side of it. Don't talk to me about that. I mean, you know, car mechanics and things like that. So I don't understand things like that. That's not my 5 hours. That's not my forte. Each and every single one of you has got a specific talent, and some of you don't even know that what it is yet, because you've never been able to have a playground, let's say, for you to go and express yourself into until now. And so we're at that point where it's like, ooh, I'm stepping into the unknown. Nobody's telling me what to do. I'm taking full liability and responsibility for what comes next. I've got nobody else to blame except myself. And when we first started doing this, they were like, right, you're my trustee. No, I'm not. You're your own trustee. No, I've assigned my consent to your trust. No, you haven't. You have created your own trust in yourself. And you are then fully responsible for what happens next. We will all stand surety to you while you know, in any way we can. Ultimately, it's down to you. At any given moment, it's the decision that you make. If the universe or your reflection of yourself or your mind has to create this horrific reality, then it's only because of the level of let's say, alarm clock smash in the face that we need, depending on how in depth we've got to not actually waking up to ourselves for ourselves. So it's like, you know, your mother throwing a bucket of water on you instead of the alarm clock going off. It's all it is. But the sooner that we realize that and go, right, okay, I'm awake to that degree now, that I get, I've got the pack, I've got the whole package now. I know exactly what it is that I'm going to say when I walk in there, because I've practiced it. And so this is why we're inviting people to come to these residential training, so that you can practice it together face to face. It really, you know, go through these scripts then go and practice it in the community, and your community is standing surety to you. I mean, come 2,000 miles away to a country that you don't speak the language in, and knock on someone's door, and, oh God, I want to tell you something amazing, and I can't. So let me show you this. Give me 50 cents. I'll give you one rock. Tell me you want a cup of coffee. Give me a cup of coffee. It's one rock. That's it. So if you're not comfortable about going and knocking on the doors, open up but go and open a shop. There's loads of them standing empty. There's loads of empty shops, and they're all waiting for you to go and restore your rights for them. However long that takes is down to you. But each and every single one of you, if that's the day that you decide, today is the day that I'm going to go down to that coffee shop and I'm going to have that conversation with this guy, or today is the day that I'm going to go and stick a restoration of rights on the town hall or the youth centre, and tomorrow I'll be going in there and I'm restoring the rights to it. And I'm going to wait. I mean, this isn't new. This has been going on all year. You guys have just got in here now. There was a load of land that was taken back into the trust. The right of use, rather, was signed into the trust by some people in Preston. And they'd gone around the other farms that were around it and said, look, this is what we're doing. And this is why. And here's the documents, you check them out, and here's the security party credit filing. And if you've got any objections or you want to see something specific going on with this land, tell us, and we want to work with the community. We don't want to, and we don't want you to think that we're stealing, from anybody. And they were like, no, we love it. We love what you do, because do you know what the council were going to do? They've left it for 10 years so that they could put light industrial on it, and this is their game. So they leave the land. They don't say that no planning, there's nothing planned with that land, and they put light industrial close by, and then they can build houses for everybody to feed the mortgage system. Now, one lady hadn't heard, obviously got the right information, and when they went on the land, there was 3 of them, and to go and measure up for some polytunnels and do some planning with the things there. And the one lady came out and she's screaming, "Get off my land!" like this. And so they just said, "It's your land." No, it's not my land, but my land backs onto it. What are you doing here? And so obviously this was the first time that these particular ministers had been confronted face to face, and they were like, pick the phone up and they're like, oh God, we've done something wrong here. There's some blocks not done, there's some paperwork not done. If you call in the police, call the police then, because they needed to see themselves that it was true and that the police weren't coming. And it took them 8 hours. They stood on the land for 8 hours and waited for the police, and the police never came. And the lady, in the end, she's quite sweet, apparently, it turns out. And she was, because she didn't know, she'd not done, we haven't done our due diligence and found out and had a chat with them, or, we've got to know what it is so you don't fear what it is, and that we're here to actually help you keep. If they turn it into light industrial and houses, how long do you think you're going to be able to keep your horses on the field next to it? Do you want to see a load of houses here in your back garden, in your fields at the back of your farms? No. Did you want it stopped? Yeah, we're here to stop it. If you want, if you want that kind of thing, then okay, well, you have to evict us, and you have to prove your claim. You haven't got one. Nobody has got a proof of claim, because the claiming is the fraud. You have the right of use of something, and those rights are being secured and being capitalised upon. So, what are some questions?
I was going to ask something on the behalf of my wife. early last year we bought a brand new car under that PCP crap that they're peddling now, and it's not paid off yet. Well, I'm not planning on paying it off at all, knowing this, but once I pull her into this as well, because she's kind of learning from me, and then she's going to do it after I do it, kind of thing. Because she's still not so sure about it. Me, I know that companies can't do anything to me. I just let them do whatever. Like, yeah, if you know what I mean. If they send me a letter, I'll be like, okay, you sent me a letter. Like, wow. But her car, once we pull it out of the system and that, they have no claim to it whatsoever.
Yeah, the VIN numbers are signed and the V5 goes for export.
Okay, so they can't come along and say, oh well, we'll take this car since you've defaulted, or whatever words they would like to use.
No, we accept the liability. We accept the liability that you were going to make. So if they're saying that you owe them £1,000, then they're going to make 10,000 or 100,000 out of it at that top level. So if we're very generous, we might knock them 10 grand off the debt that is owed to us by HM government. So we would say, you would get a settlement figure, and you would then use that document as evidence of the fraud, because these companies are no longer able to commit commerce. And so when we've got that document from them, it's the very last one they'll ever write. And it articulates and evidences their fraud that they're still committing without a license after the date that we became secured party creditors with them. It's a very powerful tool to use against them. Also, they've agreed to a settlement offer, and we're settling the debt in the same way it was created, with debt. So here's the debt, here's a big pot, it's got 10 quadrillion written on it, and it's in the black, in the red, and it belongs to HM government for all of the charges that their agencies have laid against you guys and people before you over the last 5 years. That is what accumulated that debt. We then, obviously they couldn't pay it because we only accept rocks, so we accepted 1 rock back in exchange for that, and the 37 quadrillion that Hellenic Republic was filed against the year before. So there's 47 quadrillion for you all to stand as surety to discharge these charges against. So they say that you owe them £1,000, they put it in writing, it's an acceptance of a settlement offer, and we accept your offer to settle that debt. And then you get a receipt, an acknowledgement of settlement, to say that that liability has been discharged against the debt. So inside HM government's account, it says account number 2020 whatever, accredited, the Kindness credit account that's in the red, that's overdrawn with HM government's details against it, to the tune of £1,000. Thank you very much to the secured party creditor, you, for taking it upon themselves to discharge the charges in the same way it was created, one bit of paper for another.
Nice.
And you get a receipt. You get a lovely receipt like the one that we got from Company's House, saying, you know, the evidence that you provided us is enough to stop this company from being dissolved. What was that? Secured party creditor. We wanted them to say no, it's not valid, so that the whole thing would have fallen down then. But they obviously are aware of that, and so they upheld it. But it wasn't the fact that that little company in there that may or may not have been pretending to be the government was going to dissolve itself. It was the fact that Company's House thought it could make a decision, really, and that point was missed. I think we need to go on the radio and maybe speak to Robert about just covering a few of these gaps that were left in the explanation, because Company's House is what was secured.
You secure company's house.
All of it.
And that is secured because they register every company within within the UK. You essentially are the registrar of every company in the UK, kind of thing.
Yeah, and each one of those companies, we need a new exemplification roll number. And I think what we're going to do is just put a big circle around it, and under any collateral that are registrations on that register is assigned one account, one quiet title to it, an entry into the legible roll, and then issue exemplification roll numbers to these companies so that they can use kindness credits as well, and there's no tax for them, and do it for them, because nobody, these companies don't understand what it is that they're doing when they go and they register their company at Companies House. They do it because they think that it gives them some value. Oh, here's your company registered at Companies House. Yeah, have you done disclosure? Why have you done that? I mean, if you've done that to secure your legal fiction, for example, and made it a limited liability so that anybody who refers to that legal fiction name is talking about that real non-entity and that's registered in Companies House. And that's what we did with the prison. And they're like, well, why have we got this name? Have we got anybody who can clarify that's not you? I'm sitting here telling you it's not me, and you want somebody to second it. Yeah. Okay, here's a telephone number. And so they called this girl, one of our translators over here, and they said, we've got somebody here at the prison, and we don't know what to call her, and she says that we've got her here under a fictional name. And I'm thinking, oh, I didn't know whether she got it to the degree which she did. And they used this name, and she said, yeah, that's a company name. It's registered at Companies House with the company registration number. Why are you using it? Because it belongs to the trust. And they were just speechless. What to say? And I mean, some of those questions have come up on Facebook and stuff. Why is that name a limited company? To limit its liabilities and to prove that it's a company name and that you can't use it. Yes, all right, the actual title itself is copyrighted by Crown Corporation. But when these little people at this level don't get that level, they look at that and go, oh, it really is a company name. Yeah, it really is a company name. Why is it a company name? Because I paid 12 quid to make it into one, that's why. So this was all done, I by no means did I just step off into anything that I've done without, whether it was, I knew that they would try to do these things. So I created my own surety. I created my own trust. In order, because I knew that that's all that I needed to do. So, and that's just great. It's just a brilliant structure that anybody can pick up and adopt and use, not to hide behind because it doesn't work for that. If you committed a harm to another living being, then we're all out. We've even been called out and about somebody who was using a Minister Emoven card and speeding through the village. You're not doing that. You're not, we're all getting up for that. The problems that go on in our community are dealt with by us as a community, and we go and face it down. Well, have you got a problem with me? What for? Well, I heard that you were a drug dealer. Okay, where did you hear that from? Why don't you come and ask me? And I can show you all of the papers. I can show you all of the evidence, and I can show you the injunction that we got. Why don't you just come and ask me? Oh, right, okay. What we can't stand is hearsay and third-party presumption, because it's like saying, are you an elephant? I think you're a pink elephant. How can I prove that I'm not? And that's what I said to them in the court. So the HM government is the issuer of the licenses of these corporations. So it was the company that was standing as the holder of the collateral, which once represented England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales. And so using what they had said that they have got the right of use of, that was being peacefully surrendered to them by you crediting them with those legal fiction names. It's that. Whatever HM government said that they have got the right of use of, or have taken collateral because it's been peacefully surrendered by the creditors of it, is that? That's what's secured. When you look at that, what is that? Rolls building. It's the Supreme Courts. It's the Houses of Parliament. It's Buckingham Palace. It's the Companies House registration. It's the DVLA. It's the private police. It's the ground that those buildings are standing on, that Pfizer and AstraZeneca are using. It's the minds of the people that supported it. It's the beings that were the creditors of it. That is what they used as collateral, and that is what has been secured. So it doesn't matter which way they come, or they just can't come. That's the point. Before it was which way are they coming at me, and because we've managed to shut all those doors down of any way that they could come at you, or that we could really come at ourselves, which door is still flapping in my mind of the doubt that I've got the right to do this? Shut it down. Where's the other one? Where do I think that I might trip myself up with? Shut that one down. And all those doors are shut now. You don't have to go through all of those steps of making a limit, turning your company name into a limited company, and or securing your name inside the UCC system. It's done. You've all been secured by universal law because you always were in universal law, of universal law, operating in universal law, standing on universal law, and you just kept breaking it because you didn't know. And so that's why this is so easy, because you haven't got to go through all those steps. You don't need to go down all those rabbit holes. You don't need to do all of those things. You just need to put that bloody incriminating name in a box and press send, or put it on an email and press send because it's playing up. And then what do I do? Okay, what do I do now? Anything you like. Oh, I don't know what to do. Go and tell somebody else how happy you are, first of all, that you've just got rid of all of that shit out of your mind, really, is what we're doing. And cleaning it. And so if we're going to have a laundry service where we're cleaning our energy, let's turn it into something worth having. And, if you look at the ledger book of energy in our communities, you can see that there's a debt to kindness. So by going to the, you haven't got anything better to do, have you? You can't go and watch some crappy old film at the cinema, or take your girlfriend out for some GMO food and pay some tax, because that's all shut down as well. But this is our time to sit down and go, right, okay, this is what I'm going to manifest into the universe now. I need this, 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 and this. I don't need to know the how. You don't need to know how kindness credits works at that point. It just works. Now the people, so you do know how it works, whether you understand it or comprehend it or not, is it works in exactly the same way at this stage, where the people who, we're going to get an order, instead of getting one order, they're getting 10. You're helping them. And they're suddenly in a position where, why have I suddenly got 10 people, or 100 people, or 1,000 people now coming to me and asking me for fruit and veg? What are they all doing that means they can afford my fruit and veg? Well, they're not going to the supermarket because they need a vaccine. So that tells you something. They've got this money in their pocket instead of paying taxes. That tells you something. So, by opening these little outlets and just by moving as a collective, it is collective consciousness. So by bringing your consciousness into that community of like-minded people, you can't fail. And if you want us to organise, I know we've been focusing on Bristol, but it was only because team had turned around and said, look, I've got this place where you can all come and stay. Target's not a very nice word, but focus then on Airbnb people in your community, and let's go to them, find me some. And if you're not comfortable talking about it yet, come on the call and we'll do a Zoom room with them, we'll do the presentation. And this is how we put kindness into your community, by contacting them and saying, right, okay, been shut down, nobody's coming, we want to hold a seminar there. We've all got our coronavirus immunity record, and we'll come and give you the Universal Law Community Trust will certify your building as COVID clean once we've come and given it some of our antidote. Oh, how much is all this going to cost me? Nothing. Oh, and at this point, we're even going to offer to pay them. How much is it for that? Because we can all use the money that we haven't paid, the gas, the water, the electricity, and the council tax. The car payment's gone on the veg board at this point. So, you know, this is the most exciting bit now. And this is the bit that I've been clamouring to get to with you all, which is why I've been like, give me the claim forms. Because this is the bit where we create the next bit. And so it's great that, you know, we've got all these wonderful people now in this, just in this Zoom room, in these hubs, using the website and even doing it for themselves. So just by connecting all of you together is giving us the power and the energy to be able to make this move much quicker than it has been. Well, I've been sitting here 7 years waiting for you. But I'm glad to see you here. And thank you for coming. You've got any questions there?
One just popped into my head about the electric meters. I'm kind of savvy with Sparky's work myself, so can I change the meter myself, or has it got to be somebody else from within the community that has to do it?
No. Do you want the government, or do you want to be self-determining? I've done it myself. I just told you, about the mechanics. I don't know about electricity meters, but I looked at a very ancient one in the middle of Athens in the middle of the night when we just got off the boat and there was no electricity because somebody had disconnected this poor guy and his family. They turned up there and he's like, I said, just hold the light behind me. You've got this torch. And he's like, no, don't do it. I said, look, you could clearly see that needs to go in there. That fuse goes in there. And that flick that switch up. And he's like, no, okay, you can only do that if we've got rubber gloves on. He's got this piece of rubber for me to stand on. And now he's making me scared, you know what I mean? I've not even given it any thought until he's standing behind me going, oh, you need all these things. And I said, look, just bugger off. And I got the torch in my mouth then. And I just did it. Because it was, you know, I can see what it needs. I can see the bits that are missing, and I can see there's only one gap for it to go in. So it's you determine that for yourself. I mean, we do have people who have assigned their plumbing, corgi plumbing, and engineering and all of that.
So do I actually need a meter at all, or can I just plumb straight into because what it is, my one is like there's a main fuse inside my flat that feeds the smart meter, which I hate because they can control it from outside, the little buggers. And then the smart meter obviously feeds my box, my relay box, a fuse box, trip box, whatever you would call it. So can I just bypass meter totally and just put it straight in and then tell them, I'm Minister Emoven, remove your property from my dwelling kind of thing, and thank you very much.
And keep the meter for evidence.
Okay.
And it's and we can discharge it. We'll give it a value of 15 quid and knock it off the energy supplier's account or directly off the HM government's account. But yes, keep it. I think you do need a fuse. You do need that. So
I need the fuse. I know I need the fuse, but it goes from the main fuse into the meter and then the meter into the main. So if I take out just take the wires out the meter and put it straight into my box rather than having the meter there, that's
Chris, if you take the tails from the meter and go on eBay and get another meter, they're about 15 quid, and wire the meter in, and then you want the tails. So you want from your fuse, you want your tails into the meter, and you want the tails out the meter up to your fuse board, domestic fuse board.
Yeah.
And then that just gives you a little bit of one. You need the fuse because that's your dead live if you ever need to pull it out.
Yeah.
But two as well. Generally, the tails aren't long enough to go from the board into the fuse because
they've made it that way.
Yeah, but to be fair, the meters off eBay are about 15 quid, and they're really it's 4 cables. You can't get it wrong. It's like for like.
Yeah. Well, I know that bit. It's not that bit. It's the whole. Do I need a meter? But obviously, I need a meter just for obviously seeing how much electric I'm using. Obviously, I presume.
No, I mean you don't need a meter, but it fills that space, doesn't it? If you go on to if you just Google electricity meters, and we've been using TLT electrical. If you just put the electricity meters, 15 quid, and it's just one of them old reconditioned, just like counting it down or counting it up, but it fills the gap. That's why.
Oh well, no, I'm fine actually because my meter's actually up in the ceiling, which is weird. I've never seen a meter that's up. It's like at the front door near the top of the roof. It's like that's a weird place for an electric meter, but well, I'll deal with it. So I don't really need to fill a space. So if I don't need to fill a space, I can just put the wire straight in my box and not give two hoots.
That's and yeah, like I said, keep the offensive item, and we'll knock it off the bill. So yeah, it's self-determination, guys. You know, make sure you've given yourself a disclaimer so you don't prosecute yourself, won't you? So, has anybody else got any questions? I'm just looking in the chat box now to see. We've got
So, just out of curiosity, then, what would be the chances of having like a national meet then? If we could kind of organise something.
What do you mean, national meter?
National meeting, like in England, if we could make a central point and everybody kind of meet, or you know, what's the chances of you coming to England so everybody can kind of have a face to face?
I don't. I'm not coming to prison England. You should see where I live. I live in Delphi. You know, you're going to have to try better than that to get me back to England. We have got a meeting on the 30th of January. And like I just said, all you need to do is find some accommodation for the people who are going to have to travel. You know, if we're going to do a national one, we're going to need, and it'd be good for your community, whichever community we decide is the most central point. Bristol's obviously tucked away down there, but if you turn around and said, right, okay, I'm going to organise a national meeting for all the Minister and events, then just name your place and time and date and put on your claim form, I want a national meeting. Tell me where and when, and we'll send it out, and then the who will come. And this is what these hubs that the car has been trying to create on the Freedom Hub networks. We've got a hub on there. I'm just
the land for all the tents. Does that mean everybody will tent out?
Pardon?
If I can supply the land for all the tents, does that mean everybody's willing to camp out?
Well, in summer it's not too bad, but I did do one of these meetings in October one year in Coventry with the common law, and with absolutely freezing in these tents. John Shackleton nearly died from alcohol poisoning and hypothermia. And I remember them dragging him out of this tent, frozen solid. And I was asleep in my car, I had a little car, and I was like, what am I doing there? So yeah, I mean, if you organise it, we've got a different set of people as well, don't forget, who, they come from, let's say, the 33rd degree angle of that triangle now that we're dealing with. So, and let's exemplify it. You're going to come. We're going to have a Universal Law Community Trust national meeting, and you're all going to come camping. It's not really what I would envisage to invite people to. I would say, right, okay, in this area, let's say Derby, we're all going to go to Derby, and so we need to contact all of the people who've got Airbnbs in Derby, and we need to explain a little bit about what we're doing and why, how we can help their business from not being affected any further by COVID, and we need, to 2 or 3 nights or whatever it is, what we're doing down there, to be able to do a bit of training with each other, to get some rapport built, go actually into the community and put all of these things that we've learned into practice with the support of one another being there, and the energy just bounces off each other. So I think it's a great idea. When are we doing that?
So I think the weather's good for next Saturday.
For camping? Okay, well, that's next Saturday. That's quite a bit of work for me to do, unless you get me. If you give me a list of all the Airbnb people in that area where you're going to choose it. If I on the call now, who would come? Who would come to a meeting?
Yeah, I would definitely come. Yeah.
Do you just want to put it in the chat?
It would be tough for me to get there, but I'd come.
I can't wait for you to have one in India. But if you put it in the chat box now, who would come? Because again, I'll put it on your claim form. Put it on your claim form. One meeting. And I'll know where you are because you've put your address on there, obviously. So then we can work out whether you would be needing to have accommodation or not. And then let's all decide a date. And then, democracy and all that. And then let's contact
Surely that's a great opportunity as well for us to educate more people by going into one community and saying, look, this is what we're about and this is what we want to do. And that would kind of, hopefully generate a lot more people in that area.
That's why we've said, we talked about this. We won the other night when we talked about doing the stand for the in Bristol. And so, yeah, okay, let me make a note of all of these people who said yes then. And put it on your claim form for me so that I can see, who's up for that. And then it just helps with the correlating the information so that we can be as effective as possible.
Can you bring the sun over with you as well?
I can help you build a chemtrail buster.
I'll bring the sun.
Where are you coming from?
Down south, down by the seaside.
All right, okay.
Right.
Well,
So,
you have no chance of me bringing any sun. I'm from Scotland, so the sun never shines up here.
did you know that Scotty is dark in Greek, and Scotoni is dead If I kill you, it's the Scotoni is dead in Greek. And a lot of the Greek people went from Greece and across into Northland and then into Scotland. And I've traced our family tree. My mum did it back to Northland, and then I've completed this back to Greece, which is where we were from. So it's I would love to send you some song. We've had snow here. It's had snowed in the last 2 days. Don't think you get snow in Greece, did you? Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pablo, can you just put your email address in the chat box for me, please? I'm going to stop recording now because